Yo, I was just getting a bunch of notifications about drop frames. It said it dropped 25%, which is not good. So, um, yeah, if that's a problem, let me know. I don't know what I can do. I don't know if I can change bitrate midstream, but fuck knows. Yeah, I got a bunch of web stuff I've been working on, which dove into some font stuff, which dove into some other shit. So I'm kind of just doing whatever, kind of bouncing between a couple things, hopefully getting things done. Um, I haven't been the greatest about that on stream, I realize. So, Bashar, yo, morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is. But yeah, figured just dive in. Actually got the window ready this time. Professional enterprise here. Yeah, so I've been doing a lot of cleanup on my site. Looking at a lot of things I was doing because the font wasn't right, which was kind of stupid in hindsight. Like, all these arrows were different classes. They were combo classes. They are still, which is not what I want, because as I start changing font sizes, then I have to manage font size and line height and position for both of these. Whereas if I can just go ahead and get rid of that, I'll be fine. Actually, I think that is only there because it's removing, or no, it is still doing size. Because this underline is being specified from like some custom code, which I never knew you could do. You can, so if you add text decoration, you can go ahead and control the thickness of it. Because if you use it, the only reason why I want to use it is because you can do, scroll, like some of the descenders, like for, where is it? Originals, like with the G that drops below the descenders. Like if you just do a border at the bottom, it's not going to do it. If you do, there's a couple different methods. You can like add a different div, like a separate div underline, which I thought about doing for animation purposes, but I don't really want to do it. Where did I put that? Actually, I don't know if I embedded it or not. Maybe this is good exercise to find out I didn't put it where I thought I did. Oh no, it's right here. Kind of being done in a stupid way. But you can see like this is the combo class for the arrow, so I just basically removed it. And so, yeah, you can specify different colors. So this is the thickness is 1.5 view width, and that's that. So if I turn this off, you get kind of like this fat, chunky line. You can do a lot more. You can add multiple underlines and all that shit, but you know, that's probably not the most exciting shit for me to be doing right now. But yeah, so I got into, I don't think I have a way of doing this besides desktop streaming. Yeah, I was noticing all sorts of problems with my font. And one of them being like all the arrows and how they all relate in proportion. All of like the trademarks. So every time on, this is my way of pressuring myself to finish things, by the way. It's like I dropped the content in on the homepage and I started moving things around and started relinking things, and I can't publish any of these other updates until I get this shit done. So establishing like subtle ways to kind of apply pressure to yourself. I don't know if it's gonna give me a fucking anxiety attack, just like seeing all this broken stuff but not being able to publish it because I went ahead and committed to updating with this concept that's not yet done. Or I don't know how I'm gonna show it all because it's all videos. That's a whole other thing. I'm applying a lot of pressure right now myself, which I think is good because I've been kind of wayward. Fuck, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so on like all these X's, it's their own individual class. Yeah. So for this multiply character, I was adding a space and I was creating a different class for it. Created so much work. Every time I updated, I had to do it every single time. I moved the register mark here because I finally fixed it and it's not perfect, but at least it's a different class and it's manageable and it's like fixing things through the font versus like hacking apart like different elements in code, which, you know, I don't know why I chose to go that route. It's kind of silly. So yeah, that's been kind of my my last couple. It's kind of like all last night. I was going, and then I started looking at all the kerning pairings, and that was a whole thing. Oh, did it just quit? It did. I hope I didn't lose a lot of work. There you go. Font Lab 6. Doing Font Lab things. There's so many bugs with it. But it's like, oh, see, they really want me to upgrade. 7.2 has arrived. I'm really tempted to do it. I don't really know what the difference is. Sure. Yeah, and one thing I do want to work on is a variable font at some point. And I think I want to sell fonts. Is something I came to realize too. And I'm debating on making this one available. There's a lot of work that needs to go. I'll see. I marked it red. It should be green now. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a standard when it comes to the registered mark, but I prefer it as like kind of an ascender, not an ascender, like the superscript position. So what is it like? Screen. Maybe not. Screen saver. And so I don't know why it does this. The natural spacing of the font is pretty wide. But even that, like, so you get into kerning pairings of like what this looks like with other characters. And if it's that tight, and it looks pretty tight everywhere through here, I just think it could use a little bit more space, but it's probably also going to be kerning pairings. I mean, yeah, you can see. And so I'll be very honest, like I don't know the exact science in terms of like the spacing. I'm eyeballing the fuck out of this whole thing. Some people might not like that, but I don't care. And this is why, like, I don't know if I want to sell fonts. It's like this kind of shit, like, oh, like, I don't know, like, and like the hinting, like, I don't fucking know. It seems right. And I did find out one thing too. So this right here, I always thought that was a hinting problem, like the way the W just like it drops. But somehow in the bold weight of my font, the W character got dragged below the baseline somehow. And if I'm selling fonts like that, like where that kind of shit just has gotten overlooked, like I can push updates and you can, like, delete and reinstall fonts, but I mean, that's kind of some amateur hour shit. But with that, so kind of the other part of this exercise too, and kind of why I've been working on my site and trying to restructure a lot of things. I'm trying to get prints on the site. I've had a lot of people ask about it, and I still have no idea how to navigate prints, but I'm trying to figure out like all the different products and use like the product page within Webflow, because I've done some really, really dumb stuff. like really dumb in terms of how I've structured things. So this is actually categories. So I'm not using the print category pages, so I'm having to do CMS collections that are then tied in and attached to product pages, which then kick you over to a download page, and it's just a mind fuck. Every time I get into it, I'm like, what the fuck did I do? So yeah, I want to figure that out. And so this is the other thing, like this kind of thing. So there's two different classes here. Like this is not advisable. Definitely don't do it. Let me get caught up here. Did you check out the new M1 chips, Pro and Max? I did. I cried. I cried a little bit. I'm just patiently waiting. Like, I was telling myself, you know what? I bought the Mac Pro. Yeah, like Apple just announced their new Silica, but there's zero proof that it works at high power outputs. And I kind of knew that was like just trying to make myself feel better. I have to think like they have a plan to be able to scale these up to the high power. Like, I think high power like Mac Pro is still like kind of a niche market, but if they want to like flex and show what that Silica can do, it's probably going to work really fucking well when it comes to the pro level. And I think we're starting to see that with Macs. It's crazy, like what it's able to do, and they have like 10 core processors, and like that was the one thing was like, oh well, like you know, the M1's really good with like single core processing, and there's something I can't remember. That's what I remember it being. I don't know if that's accurate or not. But now I'm just seeing like they have 10 cores and, you know, GPU. I'm just waiting for when they come out with the Mac Pro. Like, I thought it was going to happen, but I didn't think it was going to happen today. I thought they were going to do like the iMac, and the iMac was just going to like blow my Mac Pro out of the water like a year and a half after buying it. Probably less than that. Oh, it's trash day, by the way, so you're in for a treat. Assuming the noise canceling works. But yeah, those things look silly. My MacBook Pro is kind of taking a shit, but I just love also that Apple is walking back all of their terrible product design decisions from the last couple of years. Like, it's a sign of humility from them, which I appreciate, but I mean, I don't know if this is a Johnny Ives thing's just going. I don't know. I've had issues with the product design for quite a while. It's beautiful, but it's not. It doesn't focus on function. Like the USB-C port strategy for MacBook Pro, probably one of like the most disastrous like product design decisions I can think of. All the fucking dongles everywhere. Like, there's no MagSafe anymore. They add a fucking touch bar, which, like, if you want to call that innovation, that's fine. I think that's useless. Like, that was just like, oh, we need to like do something. Let's just add this extra screen that you can't feel, and we're getting all this feedback that people like tactile feedback when it comes to the keyboard, so let's add a touch screen. Like, it's that, it's so touch bar, ports, iPhone form factor, the Apple TV remote they fixed. The laptop form factor even is taking cues from the old form factor. There's something else. I was talking to my brother about it. But yeah, good to see him do it. Luis, yo. check my my webflow portfolio. It's so rough. Dude, you got a link, Luis? Send it over, man. Let's take a look. Yeah, and like, there's anything you want me to take a look at, definitely. Feel free to send it over. But yeah, sorry, I'm distracted by very loud trash can noises, and I'm getting another drop frame. Is the quality all right? Is it skipping? That sucks. What is my... oh, Google has their own. Let me see what's going on. I mean, should be enough. I'm guessing my upspeed can be kind of bad. I feel like it gets... Can they throttle up only? Because I do a lot of like nightly backups. It's not great, but it should be okay. Let me know if it's getting bad, and I'll definitely take a look at what I can do. Can you share your typography scale? What do you mean by typography scale? Like in terms of like how I'm sizing things dynamically? Or are you talking about more like a style guide that kind of shows the broader hierarchy of my type? Because if it's the latter, I actually don't have that. This is so loud. I'm sorry. I'm like the noise canceling on this. And also one thing I was looking at, the G on my font bugs the hell out of me. And I can't figure out why. It's like too loopy. Greasy. Like some of these. Oh, that's right, you can't drag. This looks tight. And the R also bothers me. I spent so much time looking at different R's. And like if you narrow in on a form factor, like the actual shape is really strange of R's. Like how they kind of curve. Let's see. Oh, so at some point today, I want to do my wallpaper pack for New York. That's been on my checklist for a while. I had an edible and really went to town. I keep on trying to reinvent this page, and I don't know why. And I want to get weird with like overlapping type, but I would argue that's probably yeah, because I feel like my site's a little sterile right now, and I keep on trying to get like a platform down and then just like get weird with it, but I haven't settled on anything. R's. R. Okay, desktop. So, I mean, throw out some font names. Throw out your favorite font names. I'll see if I have them. Ideally in like the grotesque world. What are some of your guys' favorite fonts? I'm kind of curious. I've been getting into some really weird fonts lately. Doing branding, like I'm like, it's like the default fonts are coming back. Kind of funny. I mean, what is it? Like Swiss International. What else? I can't think of fonts off the top of my head. Pathetic. No, not. I mean, I can just do grotesque. What the fuck is this? Yeah. Oh, I haven't had the rain in a minute. Bring it back. Is this the right one? I don't hear anything. This is much more calming than the fucking trash trucks outside. This isn't doing anything. There we go. I can hear it. I don't know if you guys can hear it. It seems like it's showing up. Yeah, ours. Fuck. I swear I won't make a pirate joke. Fight those kind of things at my age, I guess. Old man shit. It's just like, can't help it. Yeah, I'm just trying to like look around at like fonts I like to try and see what they're doing with this character. And G's are also going to be another one, so I should probably do this. And there, from what I can tell, there's no science. Like when you get into designing fonts, there's like very little science in terms of like how a font's going to feel and what affects it. Like me change, like I modified like the Y to more of like this hard bend, and it had like a surprisingly large effect on like how it felt, which is really weird. And same with the A, like I kind of made it this more like teardrop shape opening and like added a tail, and it changed a lot. And that's why I think if I change this R, it should help a little bit. I hope. I don't know. I don't know if I want it to. Like the uppercase I'm pretty happy with. There's some things I want to push a little further, but yeah, it's really interesting. Like I don't think there's a science to this, if you ask me. Yeah, this is, I mean, and fonts are so much fucking work. It's crazy. And there's like, if you get into the features of things like Font Lab, when you start getting into like ligatures and all these other like, it's basically programming. It's kind of crazy. And this whole mark, like, I don't know if anyone else in here works on developing fonts at all, but this whole like mark feature, I don't know much about, if I'm being entirely honest. So I used a font as a starting point, and they had all of these mark classes, and I don't really know if I need them because my understanding is that it gets into a lot of these sort of accents and stuff like that. It's pretty fascinating. And there's like also probably why I'm a little hesitant to sell fonts is there's a lot of technical aspects of it that I just don't know. But what's nice is that you can do things like basically it's like a smart object. So for whatever this G circumflex, this is a basically like a smart object. So if I ever go back and modify my capital G, it'll modify all these kind of secondary elements, which I think is super nice. But yeah, there's a lot of work to do still. This is the other thing I do want to make sure. I'm probably going to just do a couple more updates. Yo, Mohammed. I'm working on kind of just some random brand stuff. I have some website updates that I want to do. I'm updating some type on the website, which is leading me back to the font because I was fixing a lot of my font problems on the web. through additional classes and code versus just fixing the font itself. And then I started finding a lot of problems with kerning classes and hinting problems and characters just somehow getting dragged. On the other thing, so I think I did fix this. Yeah. So it's fixed for regular, and also tracking changes across different font weights is a whole thing. So I want to be able to type in my own font, basically my logo, like it's a J\V.S. Yeah, I won't. You don't need to know. Like the duality behind it is kind of the whole thing. It's supposed to be JW.S and J/V.S. But I want to be able to type that whenever I use my font. So, and if I get rid of this, it's not terrible. I thought it would have been different. But just getting that spacing right. So instead of having to like fuck around with classes or like kerning or creating separate divs of like so that's how I'd cheat it, and that's kind of what's going on in my footer, I think, where I do it. So each of these, like, so the V has its own margin of 2 view width. So in order to properly create that space, I'm having to create additional combo classes, and if things move, sometimes it's this cascading effect where I'm chasing down all of these hacks instead of just fixing the source of the problem. So yeah, and some of these kerning too. I just fixed a couple of these, I think. Yeah, like the YouTube. So I want to make sure. That's all right. I'm gonna do one thing at a time. So this is where I get really distracted, and I'm just like, oh yeah, like, oh that's good. I'm on a roll. What? Well, that's fascinating. What happened here? Oh, I know what happened. Fuck. Okay. Uh, well, why is this not? This is me not knowing what I'm doing. So basically there's a character, I don't know what the actual character is, but it's basically it's each of the letters within a circle. And so I tried to create a symbol or try to embed the instance and then scale it there, but it seemed to scale the original, and I don't know why. So I'm glad I caught this now. So this is not going to be an exact science. No. So I'm curious, like, how this is going to affect the 3 references. I'm hoping it's just going to be better. Scale all these. I got to get on the baseline. No, don't. I wish I knew what I scaled it at before. This is where being like paying attention to details is really important, and I write it off just because I'm doing so much shit. I'm like, I'll get it close enough. It's not a good mentality. Oh, fuck off. What? Oh, it's supposed to be locked. Okay. Apparently shift drag doesn't hold proportions in this. I thought it did. But I feel like it's trying to snap to things. Okay. Well. There's another way of doing it that doesn't rely on the drag, so I'm just going to do it that way. Again, all things that are probably nails in the chalkboard to some people. What if I do 103? 103. Probably too big, yeah. I think it just needs like 1% more. It still looks, it's too big. It's not awful. And this is like, you know. The thickness is probably all fucked up. 96. And there's probably ways of managing all of this. I don't really know. It's like 95, 96. It's close. Good enough for me. This seems like a lot of work. Yes. Fonts are a lot of work. I've come to realize. That being said, I still don't understand why they're so fucking expensive. It's just wild to me. Oh, okay. Luis, I got your Discord. Good for me to pop it on now? Did I fix this? Let's go back to the initial. Sure, let's do it, man. Wait, what was the URL again? Dude, going wild with the font. Yeah, did you make this font? What is that? Oh, cool. Yeah, I wonder if you could just animate that in. I'm assuming you're working on all this stuff. Trying to figure out why. Like, there's some weird things on load that happen. In terms of like triggering. Like if you have multiple things, like if you have on load and scroll into view, it kind of gets weird. I don't know if that's what's happening. I'm just kind of throwing things out. I really like this font as an outline. That's looks dope. Nice and simple though. I mean, I can tell you going down my road is just filled with pain and tears. Like, I'm jealous that you went this simple. I think my trigger is whack. No, man, your trigger is whack. It just gets complicated. Like, there's so many things. Yeah, you start realizing. Like, so if you want to do like on scroll and on load, you just have to trigger different divs within it. If that makes sense. I wouldn't really recommend doing that, unfortunately. Not saying that's what you're doing. It's just there's little things like that that are just, oh, it's so painful. Dude, it's a good start, man. Yeah, you don't need anything crazy these days. Yeah, if there's a way to, I mean, so one thing for me, I'm sure you're gonna work on it, is like how long it takes for someone to see work. God, am I losing my voice? So I struggled with like, I think when I initially had my site a couple of years ago, it took like 3 clicks before anyone actually saw anything. And I think it's one now, but I mean, that was something I worried about. I think everyone's got a different strategy. Um, some people aren't too concerned about that. Some people don't even show any work at all. But I think of it kind of as like a right or wrong, kind of like an e-commerce thing of like assume a low level of interest or unfamiliar with what's going on. Like how do you captivate their attention? Or like if they, for me, I don't know. This is probably just a random anecdote and I guess a way to turn it back on myself. I didn't really mean to, but like if they don't go past the hero, they know, they get an idea. They go down the homepage, they have a better idea. But if they don't go, like if they don't go past the hero, at least they have an understanding. If they don't go past the homepage, they have an understanding. Um, I think that kind of, but I don't know. Like everyone has a different perspective of their portfolio, and I think the simplicity of yours, um, it's really nice. I think mine's probably overwhelming, where I think yours is like very to the point. I think that's a good thing. Get them to the works. Hey, yeah. I mean, that's kind of, yeah. Took me a while. I like would do all sorts of just random shit and make people scroll through like random lists of words that didn't say anything, and it was just like, yeah. And then I've done like everything I can to confuse people about what I actually do. Really, it's not good. I'm gonna put music on actually. Unfortunately, can't share it. So if you're in Twitch, you do exclamation point playlist. You can get the link to this. I would play it if I could, but I can't. Um, yeah, Luis, I don't know if there's anything that you wanted like another set of eyes on or anything. Happy to take a look. But it seems like you're just kind of jamming through it, so definitely no worries. So I'm trying to approach this almost as like a logo. Like I have these alignments. Because I really want my logo to basically be typed. So that actually works. Spacing looks okay. Yeah. Now, whenever if I just type, I was thinking about making like a, is that, oh, that was the cursor. Creating like a custom character. So if you know the font, or like kind of what I did with it, I did a lot of really stupid things with it. Oh, so there's my V that caused all the problems. That's just flying back and forth. Um, there's like really stupid things you can do in fonts, and I've chosen to lean into that. Um, it's like all these different ligatures and alternate characters, or like I thought I was gonna be talking about photo metadata, so I added a shutter character, or like when it was taken, I was gonna add like a geolocation pin. And you can activate these through ligatures, or is how I've done it. Ooh, what's going on here? Do we want to talk about this? Weird. I don't know what's going on. Go ahead and close that. And so I was gonna create. What the fuck is going on? Like if I typed that, it would substitute that out for a brand new character that was essentially one character. But it makes more sense to just get the kerning classes correct. So I've done this for regular, I've done it for medium. Where the fuck did bold just go? Just bounced. Yeah, I don't know. Separator. Okay, well, bold just had enough. So this is regular, medium, I did correctly. And so I tested all these arrows. So my little color system, green's good to go. Yeah. And so I'm just removing a ton of classes and a ton of work going forward, which should have been really obvious to do, but I didn't get it for some reason. Yeah, let's find out what happened to bold. Okay. Oh, that's right, it crashed, so I had to, this is a recovery. Auto-saved. Fonts. Medium. Okay, so that's fine. This recovery, what is? Okay. Just do bold. Make sure I didn't mess anything else up. Kind of at a high level. Oh, you know, it's just. So this looks like shit. And I can already tell, like I never. So all these, the way I do it, or did it, was created the regular weight and then expanded upon the shapes of that. And there's ways you can do it through actions, and it's probably inadvisable and it creates a lot of weird shit. You just have to go back and fix. But for me, it's the easiest way of creating all these different weights. But it's expanding the shape within the same regular character width. So the classing or the natural kerning or whatever the fuck it's called is too tight because these are getting too close to the edge. You want to have a little bit more space baked into this. There's like, oh, this is negative 100. That's why that's so crazy. Kerning classes. I do not want that. And what's good is like, I just don't think I'm ever going to use I never really use a backslash. So I should be pretty safe from any sort of problems. And I realize like depending on the kerning or letter spacing that I have set, this relation might not work. I don't know why, like I didn't think of that before. But it might not always line up. But at least if I have like a good base to work from, it should be okay. Did I have it? No, I had it further. So I just eyeball this, and that's another, like, maybe it's a good thing. Oh. That's too tight. a little tight, but it's not too bad. And so the other thing I just need to test is all the different arrows with the projects. Because I do get into the bold weight at certain times. That's not bold. I don't think I did this with the... Nope. Don't move that hinting there, please. So I'm just trying to set these up how I like them. In terms of like relative to the baseline, the top line. So these... I spent some time yesterday thinking about like what my system was, and it's like these down arrows I like aligning to the baseline. This needs to be down the baseline. But you can see the placement within, like it's too tight. Okay, I know this is probably not the most exciting thing, but that's why if you got anything I'm gonna look at, questions, here for it. I don't really use these, but might as well get them lined up properly. These are the ones I use rather a lot. Not this one specifically, it's this one specifically. And so these, it's like the arrow I want at the center of here. Oh, and always like it doesn't have to be font or web or anything related. Go with whatever. But this is kind of an important one. I do use this a good bit. This is the one I probably use the most and has caused me the most pain. Unfortunately, what I'm realizing right now is like I don't think I've scaled these down to the right scale. So they end up being a little smaller, like pretty close to the X height is, that's kind of my test. So I don't really use this weight for something like this, but you can see relative to this, I'm gonna have to create a new class. But what I can do, where is it? I don't know why it keeps dragging things. I swear that's not me. So it's these right here. I'm sure that's tiny. It's tiny on my screen, so I'm sure it's pretty tiny on yours. Apologize. So these specifically, I do want to scale down. So tools, actions, scale. So I'd done this before. It's like 85. It's the right scale. And again, this is learning the hard way, but I'm gonna have to reorient all of these again because I scaled them. The scale transform was from the beginning. I don't know why I put my hood on when I work. It's kind of cold in here. I'm delicate. I'm old. What can I say? So this, let's get this. I can't look at like the natural kerning at 0. It just bugs me. And so like this hinting line. So if you don't know with fonts, like like with a lot of the curves, in order to make them feel like it's all like a lot of like optical alignments. So that's where to me the like the sort of hard and fast rules of like spacing it, I don't know if they really apply. Like it's kind of like you're doing optical compensation for things a lot. And so like the tip of this sort of dips down to the same point as the curve, but like that's below the baseline. How much you go below, I don't know. There's probably a science to it. You know, I'm not the best for that, but um, this is my justification for just saying, ah, fuck it. Like, I don't know. It's like I could sit here all day and like try and make it exact, or I can just like, I'm doing this shit for 13 years or 15 or whatever the fuck it is. Like, I can't trust my eye. I don't know who I can trust. And this is where like if you're working on like web stuff or photo, I mean web like interactive stuff probably, I don't know, it can be kind of a grind sometimes where this is just like this kind of cathartic system or like system thinking details, looking at all different spacing, turning classes, all that shit. Like it's, I don't know, I rather like it. I think it's fun. And that's why I kind of want to get back to it and make more fonts. Like that Tavarua Fiji project I've showed over this stream the last couple times, which is just did a video for the owner to take a look at it to see any feedback, which hopefully there's none. And you can see the varying widths in that. That's, you know, you can't win them all. I think I need to scale these too. That's all of these. $85 is what I used. So these, just so visually I can kind of know what's checked off. Whatever. So I can get a sense of placement. Again, we're back to the natural spacing. Drives me crazy. All these. So I think almost done with font stuff. You know, I don't know how exciting that is for other people to watch. Because a lot of it's just like, I don't know, you just get into the details and you just kind of grind through a lot of details. I think the one thing that could be interesting to do is to look at the G character, G and the R. If there's interest, if it's just like you guys are at your limit, like just yo. I got plenty of shit I can work on. This is the one that kind of gets me. Like I don't. Kind of makes sense, like to the top, but you know, I'm not a doctor. I know these things. That's done a lot of like kerning pairings. I fixed the. Oh, excuse me. So that's fixed. That's fixed. Although at RU, that's a little diminutive, but that's okay. I think these should be... Yeah, the weight difference in those is bothersome. Hmm. I mean, the scale is okay. I might leave it for now. I think there's bigger fish to fry than that. I think the fact that they can coexist together on the site is a big plus here. Sorry, I just gotta get caught up on a couple things. Okay. Yeah, so I think I'm going to just go ahead and export this. And I think this is going to be like kind of the process, is just finding things that bother me, fixing them, like the G. I really think it's just tightening up this gap a little bit. I think it's loopy is what I would call it. Oh, and the thing I have to do, where are they? Apply for all these. Let's do some auto hinting on it. This should do the trick. Be breezy. So I'm just gonna export TF. Output, so this is 1.3. Oh, that's new. Never seen that screen. WAF 2. It's really strange. Did it upgrade? Update? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. That's strange. Okay. I'm just gonna export these and then be on our way to... Wait, why is it asking me where? But I'm specifying it right here. I don't know. Export OTF. Actually. And it quit. Having a good time. Oh, I did push the drop downs live. As buggy as they are. Yes. That's another way of applying pressure. I'm gonna see what... It like does this really interesting way of versioning. I don't know why it exports out these HTML and CSS. I don't need those. Or SVG. That's from today. WAF 2. So I never got through medium. Export out 2. Okay, that's interesting. So let's get regular medium waft too is what we need. Oh, bold's right here. OTF. This is really annoying. It was much better about this yesterday. I'm not sure what changed. I checked for updates. I thought about updating to 7, but I haven't pulled the trigger. That's right, it was recovered. Save. And then what was the other one? Medium waft. Regular waft. Off to port. Don't crash. We're out. Holy fuck. These can go. This can go. Go. I got regular waft too. I don't need that. Wait. I did something stupid, didn't I? Son of a bitch. I swear I'm somewhat know what's going on. Need medium. Okay, well, go back one more time. Nothing? No, nothing for me to look at? Feedback? Things I should do? I'm happy to just keep going. Like, this is kind of my give back time. But if there's nothing, there's nothing. All good. See, the export screen was different. And I guess if you do WAF 2, it also does OTF now? I don't know. Weird. Let's go project settings. Not custom code, I can't. What's nice about this, it's pretty easy to update. So I just need to normal. Yeah. Do normal first. I could do them all at once, but better take things slow. Okay, so normal. Let's do bold. Something went wrong. What went wrong? Seems like it worked. Yep, got both. Medium was the last one. Okay. I don't know how long it takes for it to update. I think if I just refresh, it'll pull the fonts again. Seems like it may have worked. Some of these combo classes are exceptionally stupid. That doesn't. I need that combo class, but I want to look at some of the originals to see what's what, see if the alignment's better. If I can just dump this fucking class. So at least it's aligned to the baseline now, which is helpful. So I don't have to worry about that. The letter spacings. Very strange. I did mess around with quite a lot of these. I'm not too surprised. I don't think it'd be that different. I feel like I fucked something up. So there was some weird stuff going on with kerning classes, which I'm not super familiar with. Yeah, this looks like a fucking mess. All mess. I feel like I can put this on one line, but I don't know if I can. So you can see like where I'm running into problems. The kerning of the E's together is like you could drive a truck through that compared to the S and A. Mess something up. I'm gonna have to take another look. The C and the R wrong. But at least I'm like making progress with the font in some capacity. Like, I think I'm gonna make my life easier in the end. But I'm gonna do that at a different time. I think I'm just looking for some of the bigger stuff. Like, just being able to remove additional classes, I think, is really important. Like, I really don't want to think about this stuff. Like, oh, I changed the title. Did I change the arrow combo class too? Don't want to have to think about that. Why wouldn't you go out to the edges? So just removing code, like, I don't know. Oh, the right size, right alignment. Can't tell you how much better I feel about this. And like, if there's problems, I'd rather fix it through the font than trying to hack it. I mean, it's feeling better. But I know there's gonna be things I'm not gonna be able to catch. Oh shit. Sorry, I didn't realize. I thought I was scrolled to the bottom on the chat. Is the font available to purchase or are you still working on it? So I'm still working on it. Clearly, I think there's some problems with it still. I need to figure out the kerning classes. Um, I saw it as something that was just going to be for me. I don't know if I still want to do that or not. Kind of torn. I might use this one as just like a test and things I like. I think I want a safe space where I can explore, and I don't think I'd feel safe exploring on like a for sale font. Plus, I think I want to do something a bit more interesting. I don't know. Something to be said about having like just a clean, grotesque font. But I'm on the fence about it. I think if people really want to, they really like this font. I mean, I really don't see a huge reason why I couldn't open it up. I've been using it for my projects. I used it for Ari's website. I don't think I think I use it on the Tavarua project. I can pull it up. I mean, did a lot of cleanup on this thing too. So, like the scroll makes a little more sense now. All tied into the CMS now. I gotta check this. So the client's updating images now, and they're not really optimized. Like this image is probably huge. Let's do let's check the damage. 22 megabytes, that's a little bit big. Dash. Oh. Okay, well we can go. Oh, size. Yep, 2.1 megabytes for an image. That's no good. So the problem with Webflow too, if you're working with clients, like you can't limit file size, or it doesn't offer like compression. You can't like check a box like optimize for web, or I think some places like you upload it, it'll compress it for you and try and optimize it, but that's not happening here clearly. Because yeah, 2 megabytes, not gonna cut it. Let's see. Oh yeah, and kind of back to the font. What I'm thinking of doing is creating like a store section and making more things available, like font resources, whether that's, I don't know if I'm gonna do like, I'm just gonna do like starter files. I don't really want to get into the business of presets. And then, I don't know, I had a couple other ideas for different products. I might put that in there. I think like the TV app, that might, oh, you can't purchase through the store. Maybe not. Screensaver, at least like give people the option to buy the screensaver and a method of delivering it. Because yeah, literally no one pays for it right now. You surface like the donate link and they're like, all right, that's cool. See you later. No one cares. Hola, I love typography design. Hey, me and you both. What program are you using? So that was FontLab. But it's the old version 6. They have 7 out now. Yeah. Great font, or great application, kind of unstable. I wonder if 7's Font Lab 7 stability. Oh, that's not how you spell stability. And there's no threads and discussions talking about poor. Oh, this is quite the yeah, I want release notes latest. Weird. If you're using a trial version, through type hinting, font window, windows and panels. Bug fixes. Love to see it. Yeah, do you do any type design? Anybody? I'd be curious. Yeah, I think it'd be fun to do like more fonts, especially for like for Tabarua. Like so they don't, I don't know, something unique to them, easy to host, don't have to worry about any licensing problems across different applications. Yeah, I think that would be helpful. And then make it available. So it's kind of like I do it for them, but you know, I'm not making any money off that. And if I can get a little bit of return for something, because developing fonts is really time consuming. I was talking about it earlier. I understand why people charge so much. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. I want to do these wallpapers real fast. This has been on my checklist forever. Downloads. It's gonna be interesting is that a lot of these are taken from. I think I need any of these for this. I don't know why I made this so overly complicated. Yes, delete all these. Yes. Like some of these are taken on iPhone. A lot of these are. So far, these are all the iPhone shots. I'm gonna go through. Actually, let me get Lightroom fired up. So this is one. I think I already exported this. Some of these textures from the city. I don't know how I don't put that one in there. Love that image, but I don't think it's good for a wallpaper pack. I mean, that's 10 right there. The ladder down the middle. Kind of cutting out the most interesting stuff, though. Plus the stairs are close now. All right, make sure I'm caught up. Yep. This is the one I think is the weakest. I don't know if I'm going to keep that or not. This is actually my wallpaper right now. I got this one for a little bit. What is better rotated? Kind of wild. Okay. What if this one's too soft though? Keep on going back and forth. I think it's pretty. I guess it's probably known to everyone but me. I'm so wildly inconsistent. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Chinatown. What else was there? So many textures. Oh, girlfriend might kill me. Some of these on stream, but you know what are you gonna do? I don't think there's any other textures. And some of these are like the light's a little bit more narrow through the clouds. What was that? Can't remember. Oh no, it's this one down here. Yeah, that is shit. You know, leaned into it through like selective color, but not too much. I think it's really just that one image I'm not totally sold on. I don't think this makes for a good wallpaper. The edits on that need a lot of love. Brooklyn Bridge, I don't think there's. It's under construction. There's a stupid fucking tower on the side of it that just ruined all pictures. Unless I pulled in like this. So if you see Brooklyn Bridge pictures recently, like they're all probably gonna be like this. Oh, I forgot about. There's a shed. Not the shed. This is a vessel. Yeah. I like this one. There we go. I was like, did I really fuck that up and have it that blurry? Just using smart previews. This is urban texture. Flex. Texture. I'm trying to be good about my organization, but I haven't been the best. Yes. While I'm at it, let's put this in the screensaver. I'm still adding to it, I swear. I know if you've been using it, it might seem like you're just seeing the same shit over and over again, but I mean, date modified. 10, 17, 15, 15, 12. I mean, it had been 2 months. Fuck, I didn't think it had been that long. Sorry. I haven't been shooting. Client work and reels and all that horse shit. It's ate me alive. I'm sorry. Got the city grunge. That's probably gonna be, this is probably gonna be not for everyone. Got the city texture, I got the close-ups, I got the modern, I got the dirty, kind of abstract, got the dark, the buildings. Is anything else worth? Yeah, I mean, I kind of just be symmetrical. That is the same. Okay. Hmm. I don't think there's anything else. Not from this trip. Yeah, I have my old trip from New York. Fuck, when was that? 2018? It was. Where's it? Was it? No, it was older than that. Probably older than that. 2016? Fuck, I can't track time. Yeah. Was anything, some of these could be, yeah, I didn't have my camera for the Westfield again. I really blew it. I didn't get anything from there. Yeah, I mean, Westfield, maybe the inside. I don't know why this is marked red. This is in the screensaver right now. Just saw it the other day. Um, hmm. I might just leave it as is. I don't think there's anything that important here. I'm just thinking like maybe something like this. Problem is that's actually a PSD. Which I don't remember I did that. Trying to get all like the cables and shit out of there. I just do. No, I can't change the profile. I'm gonna leave it. I think I'm good with this. Got the 10. Yeah. Where do I need to put this? This is download. do it? I'll do it. Okay, cool. So this ties into some other stuff I was working on. I think I mentioned earlier, like using the product page properly. So right now I have it in categories. And so this is where it gets really confusing because there's wallpapers, wallpaper downloads, wallpaper products. And like if I can get rid of this, there's no getting around the downloads. That's always going to be a separate thing. But it would be just removing all of this. It's kind of a lot. I guess it gets down to like, what's the point? Besides simplicity, it's going to be this much work to unify everything. I want to see if I can do it with just the product. Product type. I don't really need multi-images. For digital products, I'll need all the download images. So this might take a second, but if I can just do... No, I'm thinking of the download page now. I keep it for as it is for right now. So right now there's the wallpapers page. I don't think is too problematic. Did I fix this yet? Did. Okay. Yeah, I think like the getting everything within the products page, because I mean I'm looking at product categories now, which I mean Stream Deck icons, presets, resources, fonts, prints, wallpapers. A couple other ideas floating around, but I don't think it's... Right now what I have to do is I have to go into products. I already created the product. So actually, how the other part I have to do is the mock-up. This. Check something real fast. So all I have to do is just replace this. Okay. Okay. Oh, that corner radius kind of bothers me. It's not quite right. Eh. See, originals, wall, not Stream Deck. Someday we'll get the Stream Deck going. Side images. So why this takes so long is that there's kind of a couple things going on. So you notice the temperature changes of like the light. So there's a blur going on of that same image off to the right side. And it's applied on a gradient. So it's, and then it's a, yeah, it's, so the smart object is blurred, changed to a color blend mode, add an opacity. Just in the hopes of kind of like getting the scene to match the image a little bit so it doesn't feel so pasted on. I just realized I'm numbering these backwards. It's okay. And I deleted the other one. I knew that was a bad idea. You know what? I'm just gonna go with this. I'm the only one who's gonna see this. Doesn't matter. Right size. Oh, okay. Whatever. Forgot how big these are. That's probably why it's also going so slow. Entered? It is. But what's I like about those, why I kind of use them myself, it fades out, and then like on the lock screen, like your type is just, or like the time's just sitting up top. Almost feels like it's supposed to be there. I don't know. Almost there. Yeah, the overlay on this mock-up doesn't really help with this image. I mean, I'm hmm. I feel like the saturation helps a lot. I might need to go back. Oh, that's a phone picture. That's why. Let's see. It was like day one. A lot of phone pictures. That wasn't day one. That was like day 3. I'm telling you, like, I'm way out. Where the fuck is that? Oh, I'm thinking a different day. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself. But yeah, having a phone and just shooting with whatever you have, like, and Lightroom plus this camera is pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna export this out real fast. But I've really enjoyed shooting. Shooting on my phone a lot. Just roaming around the city doing like sneaky shots. I don't know. I should put it back in here. Okay, so I can hide that. Get rid of this. We'll get through this. Sorry, that was kind of painful. I think that looks a lot better. Fuck, if I can only remember what image it is. That's 6. That's 7. I know it could have gone in order, but I wasn't sure if I'd saved it out already. Nope. Also, this is a wallpaper for a little bit. I'm thinking in the back of my mind, like, why am I not getting these sized properly? But I'll just do a droplet. All right, got those done. It's just a matter of getting these the right size. These are all way too big. These are the right size? How big? Yeah. Only one I'm kind of apprehensive about. But so what I'll do, just make a droplet real fast. Okay. Those are all good. Okay, yeah. Create a new one. Wallpaper, site image resize. I'm not explicit. I will forget. So opens it. Image size 1800. Saves for web. And then I don't know if, like, I'm trying to wonder if I need a reason for having the full res. I don't think I do. Okay. So, close. Don't save. And then I use droplets a lot. I don't, maybe this is just old school, not batch. Yeah, if I'm just old school for doing this kind of thing. The wallpapers. So if I put it in here, wallpaper. I think that's all. So if I just put Y, fuck. I was like, that image size is really small. So that one's already done. Although, where the fuck did they just go? Uh, huh. Let's see. Did it not? Okay. Droplet was a nice idea. I'm just not. This is pretty close to as easy. Although I don't know where the fuck they're saving. Where are you exporting to? Oh, fuck you. Oh. How is it not recording? Well, this has been a spectacular fail. I've had it work. I literally have no idea why it's not working right now, or where these images are going. Unless I didn't have it override, I really don't know. Strange. I don't know about this image. I know there's grain on top of an already grainy image, but it's a little soft. I may update this before I publish it. Hey, this is NYC01. Sorry about that. This is just the product. This image doesn't really matter, it's just kind of for me to... Or no, it's for checkout too, so actually it's important. Yeah. Then I come back over to wallpapers. I gotta create a new one. Link this to the product. 5. Yeah, because Terra's not live. Wallpaper. That in there for now. And so these are just the site images. I think I did these backwards if I remember. I did. Still have to fix this one. Okay. I don't like this crop better, actually. As it originally was shot. Instead of having to resize this later. Oh. Hey, there it is. I can't remember if that turns purple when it's linked. No. It's kind of there. So then I've got to go and make this stupid thing. Was it unknown file name? I've never seen that. Interesting. Oh, and slug. So I use a password generator. Kind of come up with a complex URL. And that helps. I haven't done the zip file yet. I don't think anyone wants a zip file, and that's... I haven't figured out where to put that, if I'm being honest. File 1. So this is where my naming convention backfire kind of might bite me in the ass, because the download page might not line up. The chance I have to go back and rename all of them again. And then re-upload. Because I was too lazy. So if I go to the download page now, yeah, interesting. There we go. Also worked on kerning for the numbers, and it's not it. Maybe I should just put the TM in the names. Probably gonna be better. Well, the TM's kind of a stupid thing. I know. Okay. At least now it's not. Because I couldn't do this before, like, because the size wasn't right, the alignment wasn't right. So all these little things are helping me in the long run, like it's worth it. So yeah, I mean, the downloads page is just really not much to it. Why isn't this sticking? I thought this was sticky. See details header. This is something I just fixed. I did like a little update. Not 1, 11. Although I have to figure out, there's some spacing problems. That being one of them. So now like these sub sections stick underneath like the section header. So it's kind of like this hierarchy gets established as you're scrolling through. It's like, oh, it's details, this is the installation section. This is the FAQ of the details. It's not the most informational piece. But there's some other pages where it makes more sense. Like, it's actually, so this is where there's some inconsistency in classes, and I'm like, some things are ported across, some things aren't, so it's this really inconsistent thing. Like 0.1, there's other uses that I think are better, but this is what it should be. I should be like systemizing it all to this. I'm just looking at kerning. The LE's fucked. LE. RA, UR. Well, the UR is a problem. OR. EA. And there's, I think this is all kerning classes. Like I fix it in one and then I type in a different sample set and I fix it there and then it's all fucked up. Yeah, I was kind of happy how this turned out. I've been struggling with these subsection headers. I finally feel good about them. G bugs me also. These sort of intros, I'm trying to think through. This whole layout, it's a lot of work to get this, like everything to line up across all different sizes and all different heights and shit. Like sometimes it looks okay, sometimes it looks funky. Like it scales decently well. But yeah, see, this is arrow. So I probably have to go through and remove a lot of these combo classes. But I keep on wanting to do like big weird type somewhere, and I haven't found the opportunity to do it yet. I'm kind of Kind of salty about it. And so that's where I was looking at, like at this page. Yeah, like I was like, how can I just paste on some big text like somewhere? It's like an interesting thing. I mean, it's interesting to me at least. Maybe not interesting. Let's just call it an observation. Let's not get carried away. Like, I've been around for a long time, but like my work doesn't really get shared around very much. It's like it doesn't show up on Pinterest. It doesn't show up on, like, it's utilitarian, and I think there's ideas that people like, but it's not share worthy. It's not aspirational in a lot of ways. Maybe to some people, but I think like a wholesale visual aesthetic sort of thing, like it's just my work's not there. And so I'm trying to figure out ways to create like shareable moments. And so whether that's like through pushing updates and having screenshots that then go on Dribble, which then can get on Pinterest, like you start thinking about like everything is just like a piece in the machine of like how do you get your name out there, and like how do you make your work for you? And it's like, well, like what am I missing? How do I create things that'll get attention? And to me, it's like what I currently have here is like it's utilitarian, it's practical, it scales very well, but it's not interesting at all. It's painfully boring in some senses. Like it's just effective. Um, Whereas like something like this, where it's like it's got character, it's got like I think I'm just adding shit on, and I don't think that's the right answer. I'm also trying not to tear down the fundamental structure, what I think I need to, and really evaluate how I approach space. But that's kind of like where this cleanup right now with like the font, the classes, getting everything in a place where I can then start pushing further to try and get something that's different. Like I think bringing colors back in might be interesting. Bringing in different characters and pushing my font. So my font's just kind of whatever. If I bring some character to it or make it interesting, I don't know. Do you have custom kerning for each letter pairing? Yes. A lot of times I do. But the problem I have is I used another font as like the basis for all of like the font widths. Like I found one that was kind of similar, and I think this is probably frowned upon, but I used that as like the starting point for my font. And I redrew like just about all the I modified all the characters in some capacity. Um, some I like totally started from scratch. Some I just pushed things in ways that like, I mean, how many ways you can draw an O? Like I had like a geometric O, and it's like, yeah, okay, like fine, that looks about good. Or like a U. Um, I mean, of all the characters, I mean, these are all redrawn on here. Um, but yeah, so I think with that, there was some kerning classes that were established, and I don't really know how to use kerning classes all that well, how they're established. So I would change the parent, or like the kerning pairing for one, but it would change the entire class. And so because some of the font weight, like the spacing on each side isn't exact, it doesn't match up in the way the original kerning classes would for those characters. So I'm offsetting a fundamental problem with kerning, and I'm like fighting myself. So sometimes it ends up with like odd spacing, if that makes sense. Like this JW that's too tight. This feels okay. I'd say that's a little tight. That's tighter. This is too far apart. Like, Daisy, did you type design? Oh shit, what was that? Oh, wait, why are my notifications off the screen? Whoever you followed, thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome. I gotta remember remember to do all of the screensaver. What type, but haven't done any custom yourself? Yeah, I mean it's a whole thing. I don't know if you're here earlier. I mean, I'll dive back in. I'm trying to think of like what the example was where it showed the kerning pairings fighting each other. And I've never set up a kerning pairing. I mean, there's a good God. There's some problems here. It's not as bad. I mean, it's pretty bad. But you can see, like, so I modified a lot of the characters, and I didn't always modify the width because I had no idea what I was doing, and like I was like, like, you know, like it'll modify based on the width of this, but it doesn't. You have to like center the character within the space and make sure that that spacing is consistent across all of their sections, and yeah, it's so you can see like that. And I just eyeball the fuck out of it because like there's so many things that I was talking about earlier, like just optical alignments that aren't really necessarily precise alignments. Why is this feels too tight? What's the problem here? And where I was view kerning classes. So when you go into the kerning, wait, doesn't show it. View kerning classes. You can see like all the different elements that are attached to this. So you're fundamentally altering the kerning of all those pairings, which can be quite a lot. And you can see how they don't line up all the time. So this is something I really got to work on in terms of like, you know, if I'm going to make a commercial font for other people to use, like, it's okay for this to be all fucked up for me. I've made it pretty clear on my site, like, hey, you know what, like, I'm winging it with this font. I don't really know what I'm doing. I know what I wanted from it, and I didn't want to pay someone. But this could be bad. So I got to sort this one out. Yo, DS7. I'm good, man. Cruising. Doing font web stuff. Just another day. You create a lot of fonts? I do not. I'm using my own as kind of like a test bed to try and understand things, and I just start Googling things and try to understand kind of what's what, but I don't know what I don't know in some senses. So it's like all this stuff with kerning classes, like maybe I don't know. I'm going about this the wrong way. What was the one? Screensaver. So yeah, this is regular, right? It's normal. Yeah, the NS is, yeah. See if you can find out what the fuck is going on. Spacing looks okay. Which is just aggressive. Just not. I thought I'd find aggressive kerning. This is positive. So this is like when it's tight and there's positive, I've just come to learn like that's like the spacing's not right on one or both of the characters. It's still tight. I think it's this. So it's like, yeah, where do you define the edge of this character with something that oscillates so much? I don't know. I mean, this probably feels like the most probable. And I'm sure there's rules to this that I don't know. See that V is kind of tight, but I've noticed the V's, like it's okay to have them tight to these edges. But I'm just going to be looking at a lot of kerning. So this is where I'd love to have my stream deck to be a little bit more figured out for this. Like there's all these shortcuts, I just don't remember. That's one thing I always want to try, but never did it. I've created custom fonts for clients before, but not a typeface. Looks great though. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's coming along. There's some things to work on. The R's I was talking about earlier, looking at different R's, different G's. But I'd recommend it, man. It's a lot of fun. I mean, it's a rabbit hole to go down. It's like creating all the different characters, creating all the different weights of it, looking at like all the kerning pairings, kerning classes. You get into like ligatures and creating custom ligatures. You can do custom characters and just do random stuff. Like, I don't know. I really enjoy it. It's been fun. Still a lot to learn. But yeah, I think for me, it's something, yeah, I just like for clients. Because I mean, I guess I can probably share a little secret. I think this is Schneider, but I renamed it Tavi Sans or Serif and Tavi Sans. This is actually, I think, Authentic Sans, which is a free font, so that's not a problem. But this one might be a bit of a problem, and it's kind of a temporary fix until I can get around to like doing my own serif font. So yeah, I don't want this to be live for too long. Kind of placeholder, and then, you know, we'll get it right. But that, like, getting into a client font, like, I just terrified. But I know I won't have to do all these additional, like, it's going to be basically like, so you can have all these different sets. Like this is everything. No, that's not it. Latin Pro. Could have sworn there were more. Maybe I'm wrong. Latin Pro, Greek. Yeah, but I could probably just do like Latin simple and get away with it. And so many of these, like, I don't know if I'll really need to do those. But again, so I'm also trying to use mine as like a starting file also. So I was talking about this earlier, is like you can have basically smart objects. So if you modify a G, it modifies like all of these. This is like a reference thing. There's a lot of things they're doing to like make our lives easier in designing and developing it. Even just doing lettering for brands is tough. I agree. Very tough. Would you ever give me a hand at some point with a few things? Yeah, I mean, like in terms of like helping out with getting to know this with the project. I mean, I'm kind of stacked on project shit. I'm actually putting a lot of things off right now. Putting off a lot of life things right now. This is my little escape. Shit. It's that Webflow bug. I gotta fix it. 1 second. Yeah, what'd you have in mind? I mean, I'm down to like, this is my time to basically help out, like, or give back. That's kind of how I look at it. So if there's something I can do right now, I'm happy to pivot and kind of get into whatever. Is it? I updated it. No, it's this one. Gotta fix this other shit while I'm here. So I mentioned this before. If you use grids with CMS content and image, or like CMS powered images, you have to make sure you turn off responsive images. It makes no fucking sense, and they've acknowledged it, but it's been like that for I think a year plus. So yeah, and publish that. I'm gonna start building out my site and Webflow soon. Is it difficult to pick up? Got any tips? I mean, there's little shit like that that'll drive you crazy. Just kind of be ready for some weird things every once in a while. The interface is pretty easy. It depends on, like, once you get into like position, some things that are like contingent on like how programming works and how scale and position work at a fundamental level. Like if you kind of understand that, it's good. If you understand like div struct, if you understand like basic HTML and CSS, like you're gonna be, I think you're gonna cruise with it. If you're unfamiliar with it, it might take a little bit to understand. They have like the Webflow University, which I would recommend. Like very thorough in terms of like explaining things start to finish, and kind of getting to know the interface. For me, like this is basically what I would do is I would just kind of like dive in, just mess around, kind of get to learn things, and then I would just start like searching. It's like, oh, how do you do this? How do you do that? This is kind of how I do everything, let alone Webflow. So, but general tips, careful with how you name things. Like naming is very important because as you create styles for things across the entire site, you want to be strategic with it. I've spent more time than I could ever care to say, just like cleaning up. Like I think I was doing it before. I was just, these combo classes were just really stupid. The combo classes are dangerous. Trying to think what other tips I would have just getting started. Yeah, classes is super important. Use relative. So for like headlines and things, use like view width. So get to know these and kind of when to use each of them. I think that's been super helpful. Think through your collections. Like, so if you power your site with a CMS, which I think is super valuable, did you kind of come up with a strategy for how you plan on doing it? I've like unworked a lot of things, and I'm even talking about like going back into like how all my products are being shown. Like the back end is like a whole thing to understand how to manage. I think what else? Symbols are helpful. I put my cart in a symbol. I don't think. Yeah. Oh, I can think of it off the top of my head. I mean, there's so many things I could just rattle on about, but that would be probably a couple of things. It's pretty much just personal brand shit like web design for my website, but just been so caught up with work for the studio lately and always hit a blank when it comes to personal graphics and design. You are not alone there, man. I think on other streams, I've gone through some of the process and shit that I've gone through, just like death rolls is what I call them. Just like churning on stuff endlessly and not getting anywhere. And then it's just like, everything sucks. What am I even doing? Am I in the right direction? Let me like come back to this. And I don't feel any better about it. Yeah, personal brand shit is hard as fuck. Like, this has probably been 3-4 years in the making, and it's like it's kind of a nothing brand at this point. I think it's got a style and a personality to it, but not that much. But it's like it's for me, it just took a lot of like honing in and just like exploring directions and be like, nah, it doesn't look right. I mean, actually, no, it's gone back further than that. I mean, V1's 2017, 2016, like, I mean, I had a full site built out, and I did this 2016, 2017. But I was like, all right, that didn't quite feel right. I don't know. Where's the animations? I'm so curious to open this up. Fuck it, let's go. I have no idea what this is. It's probably terrible. Early After Effects stuff. I think I started around like 2015, 2016. Oh. If it even works. My guess is there's displacement maps being animated. Something's not working. I promise you I'm not that bad. Huh. Okay. Real land. Yeah, I don't know what. It's nothing. But yeah, I would just say like narrow in, kind of start wide, and I always like look to evolve it. So I have my own personal little, where the fuck is it? Can I not read? Is it gone? No, it's over here. I thought this was something else. Like I just started like picking up elements that I like, and it starts. It's kind of like with everything, but I think like when you do it for someone else, it's a little more clear of like what they're looking for. Like they can articulate that, but when you're doing it for yourself, it's like you don't know what you're looking for in some senses. So, like, yeah, real interesting process. I don't know if that's at all helpful. Like it's just you can know you're not alone. You have a lot of company in that struggle. Maybe we can collab on something in the future if you're up for it. Yeah, I'm down. Like, I'm still trying to figure out some shit for myself right now. So I've got 1 or 2 collabs floating around. Kind of random, it's like color grading and some other stuff. But yeah, hit me up. Like, got something in mind. Like, I'm down to just get into some fun stuff. And like, I've come to realize I don't always have the best ideas myself. It's kind of like sometimes using my like I do a lot of shit, but coming up with like really good concepts and products or projects like out of the blue is not always my thing. I can bring them to life. I can't come up with them that well. I'm working on that. Look at this letter spacing. It looks so fucked. Yeah, hit me up. Oh, these I remember these bugged me. So this look at these triple combo classes like asking for pain. Don't have a good reason for doing it. Like, why is desktop? My guess is it hides on mobile. Oh, this is the desktop version. That's why. This is the mobile. Okay, I mean, there's reasons for it. Probably better ways of doing it. Excel. Look at. Yeah, this letter spacing is warrant. This is another thing. Like I cannot figure this out. So this T-short link, like this means it's inheriting it from somewhere. So it's T-short. So let's not even take this off. T-short. So T is type short, the class. For some reason, when I go to XL, it says I can't modify it because it's being overridden by a more specific value. And so that's the viewport and that's the class name. That is exactly what I'm on. Like, there's nothing more specific overriding this. And I don't know. No, not links. Link. Because this letter spacing looks awful. Do you have any different type styles? Do you have different type styles for each breakpoint? I'm gonna have four breakpoints like you, and not sure if I should have just a desktop and mobile or have one for each. So that's where, like if you use view width as, I mean, you can use view height. I think there's one instance where I use view height. I think it's the originals here. So this is like a sticky element. So really, I'm going to run into problems vertically with this sort of anchor nav down below. So I believe that it's in view. No, it's in view width still. Oh no, it is for this one. No, the fuck. I went back and forth on it, but if you use relative, sorry, I'm just noticing this is problematic as hell. Sorry, I'm fully distracted with this. All these letter spacings look so wrong. Yeah, so if you do view width, you can get away with like some stuff I only have one type style for. So, especially for like headlines, like stuff that's bigger, I know I want it to occupy the same space. Like I don't know. It's still 16 view width down here. Actually don't need to overwrite that. So it's 14 here. I don't know why. I'm gonna go ahead and go back to 16. Again, not sure why it's 13. There's probably a reason for it, so that there's some longer titles that might break it. I'm sure screensaver is the one. It's a little tight. Still got a combo. Doesn't. Weird. Have to fix that again. But you can get away with like just doing it once for titles. I think for things like body copy, I'm kind of OCD about it. I probably do too much, if I'm being entirely honest. Like I'll go through, and so you just learn the shortcuts. I don't really use them as much. I don't know why. So like you can use these as your like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you have it selected and you just start like going through the viewports and seeing the layout and then just seeing the size, I mean, this is pretty stupid the way I'm going about it. Like 13 to 11, that makes sense, but going back up to 12, where are you? I should probably just stick to 12 here. Oh shit. God, look at this. Huh. This is why I broke it into 2 lines, but now that I've changed things, I can't have the line height that tight, so got new problems. So you're having it scale constantly based on screen size then? Yeah. Yeah. That is, I wouldn't do it for everything. I think for like anything that's like a headline or subheadline, I'd definitely advocate for doing it. Whether or not you do it for body copy, you know, that's up to you. I've heard people say like they really don't like scaling body copy. I think I've done it, and it depends on the font. Some fonts just don't look bigger. They don't look good bigger. The only thing to be worried about is like once you get into this XL viewport, like this looks bad again. Every time I update the font and re-upload it, I have to redo it. But I mean, so if you don't change body copy to like relative to the width, then you could run into a case where it's like if you get really, really wide. If I could. How big I can go with this. I mean, it's doing a pretty good job. I kind of tried to mitigate things a little bit, but you can get into like really long line lengths or something. So if like you don't have, like I don't have a split column here, then I have like body copy running at 17. 17's not small, but like at this size, there's assholes like me just stretching out their displays. Like, also you kind of have to live with things breaking at a certain point. Like you're gonna be able to come up with use cases where like everything breaks. And max width, yeah, Mario, like that's the alternative. Is like this is something I went back and forth with. I never had 1400 and up. That's something I added recently. And I grappled with like, there's kind of a point of diminishing returns when you get so wide. And it's like, how many people are really doing this anyways? And I kind of had some like nav placement that really, it pushed me towards the max width approach. But now that I have things kind of just, everything here in the nav is like, it's a percentage of the width is the, and it's applied globally. You can see like I have a wrapper on everything, and it's 4 width, so it'll scale infinitely, but like you just notice sometimes just type doesn't scale all that well. And so if you don't want to do relative sizing on fonts, then I'd recommend setting a max width and just saying like, you know, if you go over this, like it's just gonna, there's gonna be white space on both sides, and that is what it is. Which is probably better because like assets are gonna start getting like upsized and they're gonna look like shit anyways. So I don't know. I go back and forth on it. You're always at the widest. Yeah, I think like all of, like designers are gonna be the ones who are gonna be like, we're gonna go like super wide as we can and just be like, like, but like the common person's probably not gonna be doing all that much. Yeah, get rid of that. That's why I was here. And so, yeah, everything with development that I'm talking about, take with a grain of salt. There's definitely smarter people out there. I just kind of like, I just jump in feet first, and I learn as I go, and I could probably save myself a lot of time by just being a little bit more methodic and reading the manual, so to speak. But it's not fun. What is this? Paper's template. I'm just trying to wrap my head around what I did. This is where like I have so many extra like collections. I don't really know if I need them. Auditory, I know I got to do at some point. Uh-oh. Do that R. I feel like it needs to be more geometric, like pulling in some of this characteristic or like the Y. That's kind of the theme I was going for. What's this? There you go. Problem solved. Someday I'll get around to animating these, or I just started that and like I can't even finish it. Probably check the drop downs. Oh, I guess I have this is coming soon. So, yeah, conditional visibility, if you use collections, is super powerful to understand. So, like, as certain conditions are met, something is either displayed or not displayed, and you can do a lot with it. Like, I have a way of like, basically, if the status of a project says coming soon, a div with an absolute position canvases the entire thing at a slight opacity, so it just fades it out, but it also masks any pointer events that would go to that page. So shit like that. It gets really fun. What the fuck is this? I have to rethink this. When I was looking at I want to do like something weird. Never got around to finishing the. Someone tell me it was GIF. Tyler, if you're here, it is not GIF, goddammit. Don't even try that shit. But like, oh, so I think these are vertical height, if I remember correctly. My memory's been off on everything I tried to remember so far, so yeah, joke's on me. Chihiro. What? These should not be different. Oh boy. Date. Huh. T drop down project title. That's why. You don't need that. Actually, I want to make this 1-to-1. So what this is, I had to use custom code in order to get these to populate correctly, but I have a visual reference of what it'll look like, and I can modify these classes, which are then applied to this custom code. It's kind of a way to use the visual editor for custom code attributes. And another hint or thing I learned, I do it, I don't know if it's advisable or not, but if you create a combo class called off, you can just hide things quickly. But I think what I was trying to show. So these are in view height. So like depending on the height of the browser, that's going to dictate the size of the font. Like width doesn't matter. Mostly because as a drop down, like I'm trying to get this all within one viewport, if at all possible. Like there's going to be people who it's just not going to work. And there's no scroll mechanism to it. Maybe I should put that in there. Actually, that's a good idea. First one I've ever had. Let's see originals drop downs. So this would be max height, 100 view height. I do auto. I guess this is just gonna keep scaling. Well, there you go. So it has it's scrollable now, which I'm doing everything I can to keep that from happening. But at least there's an out now. Yeah, all the letter spacing looks funky. And the TM seems only looks low on this one. I guess it's fine. Yeah, I don't know if something like this is gonna stick. Because I also want to. You have to think about like. Let's see. I can show it. Ah, fuck. Turn it off. So yeah, like right now you can't like you should be able to like click down here and get out of it, and that's just gonna be another level I have to do. Maybe I'll do that real fast. I need to have like tangible shit to show. But the other problem that I have with this right now, which I can't figure out. Ooh, that was weird. So if I go to collabs and then back to originals, oh, that's new. It's only on XL. Weird. Something like is not being triggered properly. So originals automatically closes when it's supposed to be opening. Although it seems fine now. It's doing a weird flash, which I know sucks. That I can fix, but it has not been working like this. So I actually feel better. Huh. Okay. So all right. This gets to be a little bit of a mind fuck. But I think I'm gonna actually it shouldn't be. It should be somewhat easy. The overlay, we just have to create tap event. So if you tap on it, call it click off, which is really stupid. My brain will make all sorts of associations, but it's the best I could think of. So we would want to so this is see this sucked, and you can't make this any wider, which is really dumb. So kind of left. Not totally sure what's going on. Collabs. Oh, I guess you can see it down here. Maybe I'll stop pitching. So if you can click on this, that means that actually don't know. So I want to make this so it closes both. So this is where it gets kind of weird, but not too bad. So I just want to fade out the collabs drop down. So if I duplicate this, change target, originals. So it'll just fade both of those out. Whichever one's open, doesn't matter. They'll both be faded out. And then we want to hide them. Target, originals, target, collab, no, duplicate first. Change target. So now no matter what is open, if I click it, it'll close both. The other part of this is in the main nav, there's active states. So that's here. So these also need to be faded out. Change target. It's these. These are the active, originals active. We're going to put that to 0. Duplicate. Change target. Do the same for the other one. And then we need to hide those as well. Okay. I don't know why I just turned off. Let's see, we have it fading out and hiding. So that's the active nav for both. Might be it. Oh, and then it has to hide itself. So that would be overlay. I feel like this should be slightly slower. This is like, it's all happening on a linear, so I'm not getting into like easing curves or really worrying too much about timing right now. It's kind of like, let's get this working first. Yeah. And the whole idea of like setting initial states is like, that's where you kind of get into a mind fuck with like things that are already activated by different click interactions. You have to like anticipate what the initial state's going to be, but you can't always force it as initial state. So instead of setting it as initial state, you set it to start at 0 with 0 duration. So you're kind of level setting it, but you're not forcing it to initial state. It's a whole thing. But the other part. Okay. I'm just gonna do this properly. So when you click the collabs open, this is basically what happens. And because the sequencing and the timing is kind of weird, that's why you get weird flashes and stuff when you go between them. There's ways around it. I haven't been able to get to like tab between it without like a weird bug happening, so I kind of got consumed with that. But the one thing, so if you open it, is this initial state? So I'm not even setting initial state for this either, Because the other thing, like if you set initial state and like, what's the best way? It should be initial state. I started like getting into weird overthinking it in terms of like the two tabs being open and all the different conditions and whether you really want to specify an initial state or not. Maybe I need more coffee. Change target. Okay, so a great example, I guess, I think if my brain's making sense of this. So the drop-down overlay, like if you're toggling between them, if you set initial state, like it might get weird. But if you start it as 100% and it's already at 100%, it's not going to animate at all. I think it might flash. So if you set as initial state, it's going to try and reset. No, I don't know if it would. This is where like my brain stops being able to like make sense of it. I'm just going to stop talking about interactions because I guess I have a tenuous grasp at best. We want to show it. So this we want on a slight delay. This will happen after. Oh, this needs to be down here. I think I'm creating problems. That's okay. Actually, I think it'll be all right. Opacity 0. Try it. That's my theory. Starts at 0. Shows it. Should be down here, actually. Should be the last thing. Yeah. Okay. So now I can at least test this to see if the close works. It does work. Question is, if I do this back and forth now, does it freak out? It does not. Huh. Interesting. And that's terrible. That's also terrible. I should fix that. This. Oh, it's strange. It's very strange. Okay, so this is so. So I only did that to try and like, I don't know if this is going to be too much of a performance problem. I don't think it should be. I mean, this is a 30 by 30 GIF, not GIF, Tyler. GIF. Um, so yeah, I don't, that's all it is. But I never finished it. It was so many frames. I was like, is this going to be too big? But it's only 2.1 kilobytes. It's not too big. I can do a lot more. I'm trying to think of what that effect could be. Yeah, I don't know what that could be. I mean, one thing I was thinking of doing, so if I do C drop down overlay, this is probably not going to help my performance concerns, but I see you can kind of get into some weird stuff. I don't know why it doesn't like mixed blend mode. Is there a WebKit? Sometimes there's fallbacks. I guess you don't have to. I guess it's pretty universal. I just don't know why it always like flags mixed blend mode as like red. I think this is something exclusive to Webflow's custom editor, but yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think like what an interesting texture overlay could be. Because at least I have this working now, which is good. It's a little jarring as is, I would say. Like too high contrast. Like what would the less jarring equivalent be? Thought about like just rotating it on its side and just having lines of even weight just kind of animate across, which maybe I'll do real fast. And just check in on life stuff I'm ignoring. Oh, life stuff. Oh. Okay. Don't save. So if I'm gonna do this, let's just make a, I don't think it has to be that big. I think 30 by 30 ought to do it. It'd really just be like 3 frames. Depending on the spacing, maybe I need more. Spacing seem right? I do feel like this is kind of like a safe. I want to do something weird. Like I'm tired of just doing generic fucking whatever stuff. I can I can do that with clients all day. Like, why not do something interesting? Okay, so the way I do these, I just, well, shit. Actually, stop. You. No. What is that? Oh. I'll just get my canvas. Is there no way to align to center the canvas, Photoshop? Maybe not. So I just need to duplicate these. So what I'll probably do, sometimes it gets, yeah, there you go. Should have done this before. I don't know if this is gonna work. I have to go back and redraw these again. Nah, it looks okay. Then I can just, so now I have enough to work with. Create frame animation. So I'll just group these. I'm going to. That little like hitch. I don't know. Curious to see how this looks at scale. Not JPEG. Drop down texture 2. Ooh. Just vibrates. It's kind of nauseating, you know? Curious if I. Hmm. Why wouldn't I put it in the middle? Oh, why? What if I do close light? Yeah, the only thing that's problematic is the variable height of the drop downs. And just with the how I have this as a separate layer, like I could make it not fixed because these are already fixed. I just will need to have two versions of it. Shouldn't be a problem. It could be weird. You can show your website type, scale, and sketch. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that exactly. Like, are you looking for a hierarchy or, um, yeah, I guess that would be my question. So I think I need to reconsider this. I'm actually not sure how I can do this with the way it's structured right now. I'd have to do like a major restructuring in order to get this to work. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Adam, yeah, if you can let me know, I'm happy to show whatever. Give me 2 seconds. I will be right back. All right, back. That's what I mean. Okay, so you're talking about the type scale in Sketch. Fortunately, that doesn't really exist. Well, I can show you I have a master template. Let's see. Oh no, I put this in. Oh, where is that? Can't read it. No. Whoever you are, thank you for following, subscribing. I'm gonna fix those. As you can tell, I'm easily distracted by everything. So thank you to whoever just subscribed. I wish I could read it or followed. You're rating me. Oh, thank you, Nino Pepper. Yeah, I can't read those, unfortunately. I've not gotten around to to getting that done, but thank you. Much appreciated. Not a sub? Hey, a boy can dream, can he? No, I don't need subs. I'm appreciative of anyone who comes through, chats, watches, laughs at me. It's all good. Adam, but yeah, this is so if you're talking about like just type hierarchy, this is something I created in the past, and I haven't been able to adhere to it. I think it's a little too rigid. I did it mostly for Sketch. Like, so if I work in Sketch, I could always just like, you know, wherever I am, just pull up a text style, and I have my, well, this document is the master library. And so I could always just like pull these up, but with the way styles are in Sketch, like it's very rigid. Like it's not like Lightroom or anything else where you have a preset and you can kind of copy which attributes you want, which I wish Sketch would do. I don't know if Figma does it or not, but like all these things like alignment within the text box, like there's only like, if the style is set with one way, like at the top, which they typically are, but in your layouts, you have them set differently. You have to go through and change all those, or all these little things. It's just kind of, I don't know. It's a whole thing, but yeah, so this is what I started with, but I don't really go by it anymore. It was a nice idea, I think. A good exercise to learn. I mean, this took me a long time to do. But I think like developing some of the like the color styles and different like logo applications and kind of keeping these up to date was something probably a little more helpful. But yeah, things have just gotten looser and looser in terms of like, so I'm trying to come up with like a case study now about my brand and all that stuff. And like, even as I'm doing it, it seems more of like a formality than something that's useful. I think for me, like as I'm looking at web stuff, like, you know, it's really kind of case by case basis. Like I'm finding, so for like these original titles, like it works for most of these, but then there's things like screensavers where it just breaks. So it's like, I can't stick to that rigid style, or I just need to find a different design layout, which arguably these are going to change, but is it worth sticking to that rigid style guide, or like, can I just start like pushing things a little bit and kind of understanding where the things impact? We were reviewing your website earlier. Great job there. Yeah, thank you. Hopefully you didn't notice all like the messed up type and characters, and happy to answer any questions you may have about that. Oh, so it's doing exactly what I was thinking about. I was wondering if like the blend modes. So one thing I don't understand with blend modes is like how they calculate, because sometimes they don't, depending on what you put them on, they don't, at least in my experience, they don't always work as a novice developer. Not really developer. But yeah, I was thinking like if I could just get the clothes to mask out and show what's underneath versus being white text, but I think it's doing it. Yep, Sketch is annoying for textiles. Figma lets you change the alignment. Oh, see, that would be fantastic. That's, I mean, maybe I can just do it real fast. Oh no, why did it switch to there? Oh, here we go. So Lightroom, like I put in a feature request, I think Sketch, but like, so if I want to just, like you just have this checkbox of like all these things you want to inherit, and it's like, oh, it's like I don't want paragraph alignment, like let's just uncheck that. I don't need that. Because there's definitely things in here. I can't remember. It's either this or capture one, where they'll red flag ones that might be detrimental to copy across as a preset. So I guess you can make a preset. But if you have like color temperature, of this applied, it'll be like, hey, maybe you don't want to do that because color temperature can range so widely. Like that's not a good way of using presets. But it's my little tangent. But yeah, glad you didn't notice too much wrong with the site. It's yeah. Homepage is getting cleaned up right now. I was working on that this morning. I guess I have this drop down thing on permanently. Any feedback? Anything I should know about? I don't know what people like. I think some people like it. I look at it and I just see the problems at this point. So, and I love like, I don't know, love all sorts of feedback, positive, negative, things that work, don't work. Because all I see at the end of the day is kind of the analytics of like, okay, people are coming to my site. They're not buying much. They're not staying too long. Bounce rate's kind of high. Like, I don't really know. Something else I was working on. Yeah, I've just been fixing a lot of things from like inconsistent like combo classes, and just it's been a mess. Subscribe title. Is this the same? It is. Fantastic. This should be 0.6. Yes. I mean, the amount of neat animation and details you did on the Webflow side is great. Thank you. I want to do a lot more. I don't know if, I wonder if this would work. I don't have it anymore. But if I could pull up the original version, I don't know if this catalogs JavaScript. God, who knows what this is going to be? I'm kind of scared. Oh, do you remember that? That was the old. It's not a bug, it's a feature. So this is the old version, but this doesn't have any of the blur. I mean, there was weird stuff like this. Like I got into, like I made like camera wobbles and shakes and stuff like that. But there's a lot of like blur, which I don't, no, it doesn't seem like it's here. 2020, is it still there? 2 snapshots. So generous. Oh yeah, Luis, I don't know if you're still here, but this version of my site is what I was talking about, was the problem with like burying the work. Yeah, even here. Like I tried to fix it by putting work at the bottom. Does this stuff work? No. It must not do JavaScript? Ooh. Oh, I remember it did this before. This is... This is way back. I can't believe this is still accessible. I forgot this went live. I wonder if I... Sorry, I'm like, I know you guys... I gotta get back to the comments. There's some really great stuff in there. I just haven't seen this in forever. I was gonna see if there was a way of like bringing back the image transition effect, but that might be gone. Okay, I've indulged myself enough. Hard to believe it's a nice tool for animation work. Yeah, and you know, it's like the amount of stuff you can do is pretty wild. I've tempered, like I used to animate everything. Like everything was animated in on a blur at one point, and like your phone was prone to catch fire. Like it was just a bunch of um um sorry, I just got a rad DM. Yeah, there's like no limitations on like it doesn't school you or educate you on like what you should and shouldn't do. It's kind of like, hey, go nuts. like like they're starting to do things like the audit, which I think are helpful, but this is purely like this is all like accessibility type things, which okay, like I understand it's very important to do that, and I'm thankful they have those tools, but if they have a performance audit, because I'm sure I could do it real fast. What's something that would just fry it? This. We'll do while scrolling in view. Play animation. Text blur. Filter. This is what I did on a lot of things. I mean, a lot of things. Then I even did it out too. As if the in wasn't enough. That's that. But we want it on the class. All right, ready to catch fire. Oh, I didn't do... Wait a minute. What am I doing wrong? Only children. Probably don't need class for both. I'm doing something wrong. I guess I'm doing a terrible job of proving anything. Go ahead and dump that. Collabs on, not delete that yet. Once saw someone make a card flip in Webflow. Yeah, like if you can do like the Z-index rotation. I saw someone do some crazy stuff with Z-index and Z rotation. Like if you create a relative scale based on like Z depth and you do like a rotation, it emulates 3D space to some capacity. I can't, I think it's purely perspective. I don't think it does opacity, but I'd say the out of focus thing is great, but after the fifth one, I don't know. I agree. So the plan was to make a full system where they're all unique, but it got to a point where I just ran out of time. And I think it does feel a little tedious. Like in the beginning, it was just one. I was like, wow, this feels really played out really fast. And 5 helps, but they're all kind of similar. I think they need to be shorter. Like the horizontal movement that creates a scroll bar at the bottom that I can't get rid of, because if you set overflow hidden for anything in Webflow, everything sticky breaks, and I have half my website sticks to some capacity. It was really awesome to see how dragging up the rotate Y handle. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the flip. So I'm used to doing this with mine. Turns out I know since longer than. Oh, oh, you knew the previous one. Yeah, that one. I don't think I won the hearts and minds of developers anywhere. You're dumb dumb in Webflow? You know, it's I reckon I don't know. I'm still waiting for my Webflow um check to be in the mail, but Webflow, if you're listening, I'll send you my address happily. Um yeah, I don't know. I think for me as a designer who leaned on developers to get things done, I just couldn't depend on anyone to get things done on the schedule I wanted it done or how I wanted it done. And I think there was always such a barrier. Like I kind of knew how to hand code, but like I could never do something like this. I could never do animations. I could never do things like anything JavaScript related or complex. And I think this is finally kind of like combined everything in a way that designers can wrap their head around. Like it's not going to be the most efficient. Like if you go to someone like Ari, and he's dug through my code from the site and just been like, this is crazy. Like, what the hell are you doing? But a lot of it's like, you know, Webflow's compiling things as best it can through this sort of editor, and it's probably not going to be incredibly efficient. It's going to do it well, but not be like as efficient as someone like Ari. So I don't know. It's never going to replace like the super custom stuff, but in terms of like if you just want to have your own thing or like I don't know. I think for me like I'm just kind of always diving into new things and like I'm able to just like oh shit like I want to create a page for my TV app like let me just build that real fast. And I don't know. Something powerful in it. Masters in Figma used to be master in Sketch, but Webflow is too much new information for me right now. It's a lot. You know, I you have to be ready to invest a lot of time. I won't lie. Like, yeah, getting into all the ins and outs of how things work. It's been a lot of constant learning lessons, which I mean, painful for sure. Um, but ultimately advantageous because now I can dive into things a little bit quicker. Um, and like I can get things started in a better place and like structure my page a little bit better. But yeah, it's a whole thing. You're learning Blender. See, I opened Blender. All I did is I worked on one model, and I don't remember any of the hotkeys anymore. Uh, I tried to build the XDR display in my desk, and now I'm so lost. Like, I couldn't get the subtraction. I can't even navigate properly. Fuck. I mean, just modeling, I think, is really fun, but not something I fully understand. But I built this in a day. Like, um, I really, 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 really want to get back into this. And I have to stop. This is the other thing. Like, I've been working on my website so much that, like, I'm not producing anything new. All I'm doing is just iterating on my website. And it's like, I can't do that forever. I've got to, like, actually make the things that are going to go on a website. Like, people are going to be more interested in that than they are about, like, oh, the sticky position of the text here overlaps just a little bit too much. Let me restructure the whole thing. Like, that's not advisable. But yeah, this was like, I was trying to, so I have my mock-ups. Oh shit, I think I just, wait, this way. It's like having the flexibility to do this and like build it out versus like for me, originals. Fuck, where did I put it? Oh, mock-ups. Like if I could build out 3D scenes versus trying to light stuff, I guess it's in photo shares. Where the heck? Oh, it's in each of these. Oh, it's the TV. Where's the screensaver? Is it gone? Oh, screensaver. So like this being built out in Photoshop in layers, like it's one angle, I can never really modify it too much. Like it took a long time, the lighting's not correct. It's close. Actually, like I checked it from like the front on view and it's not too far off, but it's definitely like it's this weird area of it's it's kind of realistic, but you can tell it's not. Like it's not fully convincing. Whereas this, like if you really put time into the texture and all that shit, like I don't know. I love this stuff. That's my like. And so I don't know if you ever I don't know. I'm not trying to hawk my own product, but I have like a Stream Deck pack that I'm putting together for all these different applications because I forget all the hotkeys. Like for I use Sketch, Figma, Photoshop, InDesign, Illustrator, After Effects, Blender. Webflow has its own set. What else do I have? DaVinci Resolve, Ableton Live, Font Lab. I think that's it. Yeah, those are the main ones, and it's like all these deep functionalities. Like Stream Decks, you can map a lot of these things out, and it's super helpful if you use a lot of things. Any advice to learn Webflow? I just started, so any advice would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, someone asked me about this earlier, and I had a hard time trying to distill it down. So div classes are super important. Definitely be strategic with how you name things. I think coming up with the syntax is really important. Like for me, it's like T is for text, C is for container, S is for slider, and then it's like I keep on oscillating on like what the actual syntax is from there. So, yeah, it's you can come up with your own system. I wouldn't model it off mine. I think like the shorter you can make it, supposedly the better the performance to some minute degree, but it also just helps you kind of wrap your head around like why are you creating a new class, like, and then it'll warn you if you have something new. Yeah, variable or like responsive type width, so set everything in like view width units. Use I would use a wrapper div. That's something I use a lot. So this sets the global left and right margins. So if I ever want to modify it, like everything comes with it, regardless of whether it's in the same section or not. Use animations strategically. You can't animate everything, unfortunately. Found that one out. Yeah, I think that's all I could think of right now. You know, there's a lot to think about with that, but if you have anything like in particular you have questions about, let me know. I'm not there, just learning textures and lights. Personally started Blender for NFT and shit. Followed me on FND. Thanks for the follow on there. Yeah, I'm on there, but I put like my most valuable, personally valuable photo on there as a 1 of 1. See what would happen with it. And I did it like right at the peak of like the NFT craze, and I think it's going for, I have it listed for, what is it, 2? I just haven't touched it. I'm like, if anyone wants it, like And like, that's kind of a crazy price, but it's a one of one and probably my favorite work. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm still not sure what to make of NFTs. Seems like people are still trying to figure out what to do with it, but I'm kind of an outsider looking in. Like a preset pack with all shortcuts. Oh, so yeah, the Stream Deck pack. So this is new Stream Deck. Find me later. So for different applications, so if I get into like Ableton, I have all these different things I can access. So if I want to tempo tap, I can do this. Or if I want to access different folders of like audio effects, I just click on this and it goes through and just, it can do it. So it's basically macros. So it's just a series of commands that you control. And sometimes you can be a little bit more specific. There's things you can do with like lighting and Spotify and Twitch, but I use them a lot for just applications and accessing deep functionality. Like for DaVinci Resolve, I have 5 different ones. Like just for color grading alone, I can get into. And I haven't developed the icon set fully. It's getting there. But these are all the different tabs. I can just bypass all the color grades, or I can add a layer node, or I can fit the window. Because a lot of these are like, you're in full screen mode and they're all like on the different corners. And so to like kind of go over to them all the time, it's not that easy. But it's also, I'm finding it interesting, like reaching to go ahead and tap those. Like usually I use like a tablet pen. That's kind of how I navigate, except the Bluetooth doesn't work. Wait, oh yeah, so you have one. Yeah, I mean, I like, to me, I think it's been super valuable. Like, so for Sketch, I have like all the artboard stuff. So I have preset artboards I can create. I have like generate grids, like things like zeroing out all the values. Like that's something that's just buried kind of deep in there. These sort of alignment things, like it's pretty easy to use from the side nav, but converting things to bitmap, exporting out, making it exportable, just like things that kind of take a couple steps sometimes or take you away. I just try to add there. But I've been talking about this for a while. I just haven't had the time to build it out. Like Figma, I started. Yeah, I need to build these out. Some are further along than others. Ironically, the one that's the most built out is for Capture One, which I don't use anymore. Oh. But some of the icons I can use. Yeah, and Photoshop is going to be no, I know all those shortcuts by heart. But yeah. Drop down menu. That's what I was on. I want to see if this works. Yeah, see, it still scrolls too, which is kind of a bummer. But see, the height is always going to be variable. Because not everything is view height. Which maybe it needs to be. Maybe this is justification for doing that. But the like, so this is where things get dicey. So these are all in view height. I think the vertical padding on this is view height. Like everything's in, yeah, so one view height, top and bottom. Font size, determining the height. These might not be view height because they don't really have to be. It says this is going to dictate the height of the cell. And this is in view height. But it's like I just need to. So if I actually, it should be okay. I need to fix this height. Right now, this is in height. So, okay, so if I don't specify the height of that whole cell, it's gonna change based on the width, because right now it's an auto height. So it's the total height of that. No, I actually did change this to view height. I was gonna say if this is set in view width, which ideally it would be, I could still do that as long as I had the whole cell set to a set height. But the problem is, like, if I go too wide, it's gonna break because it's gonna fix the height, and then if I keep going wider, the font's gonna keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. I could specify a max size, but I'd rather not. That's like a lot of, that's a whole thing. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm trying to figure out, there must be something not in view width. I think top nav. The main nav is 11 view height. But see, this is where it also gets weird when you have things like a minimum height. It's once it, so it'll preserve the height of that div to 90 pixels, but you're no longer at 11% of the view height. So if you have things stacked up and it's all dependent on view height alignment, you've thrown that off. And it's it sucks. How's the resort website going? It's good. Going through feedback with them. I had it up a little earlier. So they're populating images in now, trying to push it live before the end of the month. But I've worked through a lot of the issues. There's the intro is actually the one thing that's kind of broken. And the loading of this type, it's just like keeps bugging out. I don't know why. I want to get page transitions going. Oh, she put that image in there. Wait, what? Oh, that's because I was this one. Okay. I forgot there's a bug where it's like the whole, if you hover over here, it also swaps, but you can't click. So this is something I gotta fix. But it's good. I mean, I think they're really happy with it. I'm happy it wasn't that complex for me to do, and I think it's a good learning experience making a client website, like developing it. And also learning like I don't know if this is what I necessarily want to do. Like doing this a lot, is that going to make me happy? Probably not. Because there's just so many things to consider when when it needs to be final and someone else needs to populate the content. Like I have to go through and create all the different rules in the CMS. Things like this just have to be like very buttoned up and good to go. But I think I mean, it's definitely getting there. I don't know why that color is purple or that purple. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, and there's still, I think, what's his name? Is it Mount Glocks, Mr. Glocks? He offered to help out with bringing in the live conditions, which I still want to do. I just have to figure out when I'm gonna do it, because I've burned so much time on this lately. Like I just want to be done with it. So many bugs and yeah, things that just need to be kind of figured out. But yeah, this is gonna keep growing over time. I'm hoping this is gonna be like a multi-year thing where this is just like year one, and it's like year two, it's just like let's make this thing even wilder and more interesting. Because now that all the content's populated within the CMS, like I kind of know what's what, and I can start just like maneuvering things around and start. Because a lot of this is really safe, I would say. Um, in terms of like the layouts, like all this content and story, it's just like this is the same exact structure the whole thing follows. And do I think that's the most interesting? No. This is the most interesting deviation we have of any of the copy is a pull quote. So, and these images are so beautiful. There's got to be a more interesting scroll experience that we can do. It's just kind of like this is good enough for launch. Let's just get this thing out, and then we'll work on it. Thank you, Arjun. Stoked you like it. Yeah, it should be going live end of the month. I think I'm gonna tweet it out. I don't know. It's not the most interesting design work I've ever done by a lot, or kind of what I really want to get into. So I'm torn on how much to really promote it. I'll probably just mention it in one tweet. But yeah. How long have you been? I'm rambling my words. How long have you been a designer for? I think I've been saying 13 years for a couple years, so maybe like 15. Is that right? Let me do some simpleton math. No, it's about 13 years. Um, oh, crazy. Might have another project. Could be really fun. Yeah, 13 years. So I started as a photo major and then switched halfway through. So it might be like 14. First year doesn't count. I had no idea what the hell I was doing. I probably can't even call it design. Um, yeah. Yeah. Because I just didn't want to cut it as a photographer. I didn't think I could cut it. Still don't think I can. Yeah, so it's been a minute. I think I'm an old man in the industry. I'm trying not to be like the old dusty guy who's just out of touch, still designing in like Quark and trying to develop in Flash. Like I'm trying to get my shit together and stay relevant. I don't want to be like an armchair creative director. That's for better or worse. That's why I'm still going doing this stuff. I know the X years for last. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. It's like people ask, and like I just started saying 10 plus for a while, and I was like, well, it's kind of like 13, and 13 is my lucky number. And I think the one that got me was like people asked like when I started surfing, and I was like, oh, I've been surfing for like 12, like I think it's 15 years. I think I literally said that for like 4 years. I was like, wait, there's a point at which that's not right. Technically it's the year after, but it's give or take. But yeah. Actually went surfing for the second time ever last week. Nice. How'd it go, Arjun? You hooked? Because that's surfing, like it sucks forever. Not forever. It sucks for a while because you just fall all the time, but like once things start clicking, It's, I mean, I'm 15 years in. No, I'm like 20 years in. I love it. I'm not as like, I used to not be able to go a week without getting in the water at least twice. That's why when I went to the Bay Area and worked at Apple, like I couldn't, I was just angry. I was like, I didn't have that like decompression or like stress release. It's weird how it kind of like it sticks with you. John, when you're doing your projects, do you prefer to work with a developer or do you do your own coding? Richard, so I do, so that's what looking at right now. I'm doing my own. I think I'm obligated to throw air quotes around coding. So this is Webflow, if you're not familiar. And it's basically a visual coder. So there's the other stuff. There's Ari's site. So this is one that I worked on earlier this year, and there's no way I have any idea how to do any of this stuff. So this kind of thing, like I'm still working with developers for stuff like this. Like this I could do. This like no way, no. This is all WebGL and Canvas stuff and 3JS or whatever that I don't even know. Like it's so far above my pay grade. But yeah, stuff for like my website or even like this project here, I use the same thing. Visual editor. Oh, this is one thing I do want to try too later. Multi-images to power sliders. But I want to figure out this drop down. This is my voice. And thank you again to everyone's here asking questions and hanging out. Like super fun. I really enjoy doing this kind of stuff. So I'm stoked. I haven't scared everyone off yet. Just give it time. You got 10 years now? Hey. We're in like it's like the AARP of the design community, whatever that is. Like, I just wish we got benefits. I'm left with like shitty eyes. That's all I get for my efforts. And no discounts or anything. Like, what the hell? I'm just trying to find why the view height's not consistent. I think it might be the top now. View height, max height, 100 view height. I mean, everything that I can tell is calculated off view height. I don't understand why this is. How would this be problematic? Not scaling. Yeah, see, I'm just looking over here. It's like, this is view height, everything. Weird. And so this is where like edge cases, like they start looking funny, and you can start paying too much attention to them and be like, oh God, this looks awful. Like I can't have people seeing my website look like this, but I mean, only like sociopaths are browsing the web like this, or probably developers who have like the vertical browser, but they probably learn not to do that because all websites look like shit that way. They probably should. So this is like more expected. Although even this, I think it's too spaced out, which I don't know what to do about it. I mean, like I could probably start dropping this stuff if I need to. That'll give me more space for the titles. But I'm trying to get people to not go to the overview page anymore. It was just kind of another step that, you know, I just would rather get people into the projects. And I'm also working on a detail page. Because I think the more successful layout. Sorry, I'm like all over the place right now. Let's turn the drop down off. Second. Well, still got the overlay. Hopefully you can see past this. But like this layout was more successful, but it is a ton to load up front. And plus I have caps on like how much I can put in there. So I'm trying to figure out an exact system to do it. Using the CMS that I'm populating the content with the CMS, but like, why not give it its own page? So then I can have all of these, and then I just surface the index at the bottom. That overlay is getting obnoxious. Yeah, I forgot why I had a point for saying this. I might need to go back to the coffee pot. Experience benefits would be neat, but yeah, benefits from for now are lack of sleep, burnouts, and lowish pay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm waiting for like why hasn't I don't know what if it would just be creative or just be like the interactive industry as a whole hasn't like unionized because there's been so much wholesale abuse of interactive designers, of developers, everyone, project managers, and it's just like people just run into the ground and it's kind of become this like weird norm. And it's yeah. I won't go on this tirade, but owners make out like bandits and people who work have like nothing really to show for it typically. But I'm also very cynical on this topic, so I won't get negative. Don't worry. So I don't know what to do about this. I don't think how I can get this. Well, this Bing view width also is not smart. If I can keep it. So then if I scale, but the problem is that's probably going to happen, but I think that's okay. I don't mind that as much. You guys tired of looking at this? Like the animating lines. It's something. But see, this is an interesting z-index problem. Why would that be so high up? But I can't select it. I mean, that might just be the fact that it's dark. I'm actually might not be a z-index problem. And I'm not too mad about that. Like, I don't care if it's cut off. It's fine. Let's reset this and see. Publish. I have app sites I want to build, but I don't want to learn to code to make them happen. Got to refriend some devs. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. Like, if you don't want to dive into, like, for me, hand coding was never going to get me where I wanted to go. I used to hack apart Squarespace templates with, I think I had like 2,000 lines of CSS. Oh, excuse me. And I can tell you that is not it. That's not where you want to go. You basically play tug of war with your Squarespace template. Yeah, Webflow is the closest thing. Like I've started to just design in Webflow. Like I don't design in I do sometimes. You know, I can't actually like I every once in a while, like if I need a break outside of it, I'll start just like doing quick iterations and being like, all right, why this is what I don't like how do I fix it and think about it in the path I'm used to, which is like through Sketch and all these different applications where when you develop, sometimes you think about it differently. It's kind of interesting. Um, but for me now, like primarily like I was just doing that drop down, like I'll just start doing it in here and see what happens. So it works. Aha. Oh, see, I didn't put it in this one to turn it on. I did not right click. There we go. Also need to do, just so people know it's clickable. I could change the cursor. What if I just put like a close? Or if I just put the pointer? And you can do custom cursors too. I don't know why. I haven't gotten into it. There was that, and then I have to make the original one connection lost. My mouse dead? It's dead. Uh, keyboard works. I think it's trying. I think my mouse died, and the other one's trying to pair with my laptop. Give me 1 second. Yeah. This might be a whole thing. I didn't even get a warning. Oh, that's why. I have do not disturb on. I was like, I didn't even get a warning about it. Auto switch. Oh, disconnect. Well, chances this works. I give it about 1 in 20. Charged. Oh my god, it works. Well, you get my spastic mouse clickings now. right, just gonna charge this mouse. All right, we're back. Oh gosh, you can see like this is what cursor life is with a tablet. All right, I'll try and be less tweakish about it. Oh gosh. I'll speaking on Europe, I guess. Hey, thank you for coming through and thanks for rating. Much appreciated. I mean, it's always great to meet new people and yeah, I appreciate you bringing people through. Have a great rest of your evening. Always a pleasure chatting. Anything design, creative related, love chatting. What was I doing? I was adding interactions for the drop-down overlay. I don't know why this feels so close. There we go. I'm probably going to be prone to drag a lot of things too. Like I've dragged files. I've lost files for years with my tablet because I just didn't mean to click and it just happened to click and drag and I like you have to listen for like that sound from the system makes when you drag a file because that saved me a lot of time since then. So I need, let's see, let's drop down overlay. I haven't been using this tablet much. It's a little spastic. I think the mapping's a little too tight. Yeah, that's a little aggressive. Let's try this. Better. Yeah, so I need opacity, change target, overlay. We'll start with this at 0%. Class. I like to specify in class because I don't know what's going to happen. I might have multiple instances of it. I don't know. Doesn't really make sense, but you know, just let me be. Now I'm showing it. Put it on class. And then we need drop down overlay. So duplicate this, put it at the end. Starts at 0% opacity. Overlay. What did I put? Hide show. Oh, one of these didn't map properly. Oh shit. Okay. I wasn't paying attention. CNAV hide. I think this is the culprit. Change target. This with the other hide shows. Okay, so it works. And that's kind of my process for doing these sort of animations. If there's any sort of like complexity to it or things I'm not certain about, I'll just kind of get it working and then I'll just build upon it. So it's like the way things load in right now, I think it could be way more interesting. And that's actually what this is looking at. So if you don't know, there's a guy named, I think Timothy Ricks, or T Ricks. I think it's Timothy. Or Tim, what he goes by. But it's a struggle. Okay. He does a lot of really great like advanced Webflow stuff. So I would go check out his channel if you haven't. Yeah, Timothy Ricks. He does a really good job explaining things, and he gets into some pretty complex stuff in terms of like it's not your traditional Webflow stuff. And I think once you get into like understanding the fundamentals, he's kind of doing things that push the fundamentals like that extra half step. It's not like things that are crazy or just like outside the bounds of what Webflow is intended to do. It's kind of like the things you wish Webflow could do, and it just doesn't at this point. And so he's finding out ways of doing it. And so like staggering interactions is one of them. So like if you have, I mean, he does very simple interaction.
That I'm referencing in my code. And then from here, I can apply a click trigger to the homepage dash trigger. And then maybe even animate a piece inside of the card.
Very deliberate and like thorough with how he describes things.
So the user key, but there's a bunch of different triggers we can use for this. So we
but yeah, so a lot of it's like getting into like custom code embeds.
And all we'd have to do is take our animation right here, copy it.
I haven't done this one just yet,
inside this,
but it would be nice. Like, so all of the stuff in my navigation, my drop down are all like CMS elements. And if I don't have to go in and animate each one, like to animate those all as an offset would be just awful. But if I can figure out a way to get that working and scaling across multiple instances, there's things like the anchor nav that I have on the left-hand side. Like if I could have that animate in like a staggered effect easily, like way into it. Or every time like the index shows up, because it shows up at like the bottom of the page, like if each of these stagger with the slide offset, like I don't want to overdo it, but it would be a nice little touch, I think, to be able to do that. So yeah, Arjun. Yeah, I mean, he might be one of the best like Webflow tutorial people. There's also like Pixel Geek, I think is the other one. I think he works for Webflow now. He started out just making videos about Webflow. There's another one. I can't remember the name. But yeah, there's some good resources out there. That with like the university, I think it's super helpful. Because yeah, it's like this offset fade in is kind of whatever. It'd be kind of cool to like with the texture pattern to have it just like you can change the height of it, and so or even just the scale, and so it could have like the containing div scale increase, so it's kind of like this reveal down, and then have like the text reverse out or something, or like whatever. I don't know. That might look dumb, but that's like, you know, you start learning kind of triage mindset with the developing. It's like I could try and get everything perfect first, but like I just want to get things working. That's step one. If it doesn't work, then all like the polish doesn't mean anything. And sometimes you have to redo interactions, so then you just end up losing it. Okay, so that is there. And then let's see, I need the active state. Hide. Drop down content. Drop down overlay. So let's do opacity. 0. It probably isn't going to look like anything right now because I have it hidden by default, I believe. But we also want to hide show. This is really important, is to make sure it is no longer visible. Just so if you don't know, like if you just hide things purely on an opacity basis, like the div will technically still be there. So it might interfere with how you click on things. And plus hiding, I believe it's like, it doesn't get factored into like repaints, or like the browser just knows it's not visible, so it doesn't worry about it. Versus like if it's not there, it might, I don't know, it might be performance implications. Oh no, what did I do? That's that drag. Yeah. Wait, no. Don't want those initial states. We just want it to fade to 0. Let's do 0.75. I think this should work. Huh. Oh, so I didn't do it for that one, that's why. So originals is, uh-oh. What? Oh no, I messed something up. I had it working. Oh, pain. I think that hide show is where I went wrong. Okay, I'm gonna go home page. So this removes any sort of active state. That works. The problem right away is that it's not showing the active state, and the active state doubles as a trigger for closing, because that's a different div on top. So this is not being shown. So if you click on it for open, go ahead and show that. Might fix quite a bit of my problems. Yeah, that works now. It's kind of wild how it's computing the blend mode. Almost looks like it's underneath it. And so one of my next things to fix is like this flash that's going on in between. Problem is that they're not the same height. That's the problem I have. Don't know what I'm going to do about that. I have to think that through. I'm just happy, like, it's technically all working. Oh, except for I didn't add the, that's what I haven't done. So for this one, I just need to make sure to hide the overlay. And it's gone. Yeah, and friendly refresh reminder. Twitch, you can do exclamation point commands. I'll show you everything, all like the links and stuff. It's links to whatever, playlist, screensaver, my site, socials, all that shit. And yeah, no ISO, playlist updated all the time. Can't play it, otherwise I would. So we just need to hide the change target, drop down overlay, set this to 0, and then hide show. Be sure to hide that. Okay. So it should work. The flash is still going to be there. I almost feel like it needs to be reversed, like when you click out, the overlay needs to go first. Just because you get that weird sort of like you can see the bounding box of the overlay underneath, which I don't think is good. Nav content. It's kind of annoying, like you can't force it on for the preview. I mean, you could, I could add an extra like thing up here, but I don't want to do that. I just have to use my imagination, I guess, or do the full preview. Click it. Oh, it's still doing reverse order. Oh, it's because I'm doing the collabs one. That's why. Yeah, there you go. The order's right, so it does, like, you'll see the, ooh, hello. Why is this not working? Why wouldn't this work? Weird. I just have to switch the timing on that. I don't know what that's about. Like, I was clicking. I don't know if you could hear it. Let's this. Preview. Still doing it the other way around. I moved the wrong thing. No, this should be first. Yep, there we go. Again, it's not perfect. I think the timing is going to need refinement, but it works. I'm good with that for now. And this is, I don't know, this is my mentality with Webflow is like, I think the initial first impression I wanted to be very particular about and control that as best I could. And so I noodled things and refined things to no end. But at this point where I'm kind of adding things on, the amount of like original traffic, it's probably, I don't know, probably a good amount of people still coming in, but it's not as bad if like I'm still kind of testing out some of these ideas. I forgot I made that sticky. Huh. Forgot this is not dynamically pulled in. This is really just art direction, web design. What's this link? I'm just thinking about like publishing right now. Where's this going? Still going to Evanetta. That's going to Evanetta. I need. So I'm gonna have these detail pages soon, but they're not ready yet. So if I publish this now, and this is like the marquee sort of story. And the last thing I need to do before I get this live is to cut just a short video. Because right now this is using the video from Evanetta, which I think is better, but I need to kind of just refresh this and keep moving. I guess it's not gonna load here. Kind of weird. That gap. Not right. Like more of a gap after. I think this is where you kind of have to do some funky math. Pull up image feature. This is my spacing block after it. I do 90 view height. It gives it more room to clear. So if I do 120, it gives it more room to clear out. And so this is just like layering like sticky elements. It's kind of a mindfuck to figure out at first, but once you kind of grasp it of like you're just extending the container, and I have negative, I have some negative mark. That's why this is over 120 and it's not, doesn't look like 120. I wonder if like, I want that to go off and then this to go, yeah. You can see it's like right when that clears that. So there's always something moving. Yeah. Better. And I also moved this down to the bottom. I had it like masked out here, but it was kind of overlapping this in a weird spot, but I think I got this. It probably will overlap at some point. Yeah, it's okay. For most use cases, it won't. It might at some edge cases, but like again, can't stress on edge cases too much. Got to be aware of them, but I wouldn't make, like, be honest about what your primary use case is. Like for me, I always tend to go a little too tall and more squarish than I think most people use. So that's where my shortfall is. Like I need to be more around here. Or scale it up proportionately. Do you track the amount of people visiting? I do. Yeah. I just have Google Analytics set up. It's, I don't know, it's pretty funny. Like some of the traffic that comes in, like what people look for. Like I have, was it Search Console hooked up? So there's one person on my site right now. Hello, person. I always wonder about like, because I'm pushing updates so many times, like people are navigating and suddenly like shit just changes. That happens a lot. Like I'm sure it happens to people every time a site's updated, but I update a lot. What is it? Acquisition, Search Console, queries. There you go. Breathing font. I don't know. Jay Martin, I'm sorry. I poached someone looking for you, I guess. There's been a couple of really funny ones in here. John Don Ecom, that's one that's been there for a little bit. I've liked that one. And like, I don't know if these are bots or like what they are, but like it shows my position in the rankings. And like some of these, I'm like number 48. JW Photo Lab, like they went 4 pages into the results and clicked on me for some reason. It's gotta be a bot, right? Stream Deck wallpaper. I've never seen these actually. These are all new. Studio JW. What's that? What does JW mean on Instagram? Great question. I don't know what it means either. Have you tried Hotjar for analysis? I have not, Edward. Can you? Discover how users feel. Recordings. Interesting. This is interesting. No, is it worth it over just Google Analytics? Already interesting. Rage click? Never heard that terminology. Yeah, I don't want to. Huh. Really helps. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Is it always free? No, what's pricing? 1,000 page views, heat maps. $39 a month. Holy smokes. Yeah, I could see this being valuable. I mean, how many daily sessions do I have? Curious what the plan would be. What? 289 yesterday. That's within here. And sessions per month, like that would get burned in a day. Wouldn't it? Or am I just... which I guess is better than nothing. We just get like a day's worth of data. Hit comments, recording, start recording. Yeah, I'll just want to check this out. I guess I'm on the Hotjar pricing. Yeah, thanks for the heads up on that. I mean, this could be super interesting because there's a lot of things with my site that I just don't. I assume how people interact with it, but I don't know what people click on. It's kind of all over the place in some ways, where it's like, I'm sure there's a lot of users who are just overwhelmed when they see it. Like, I think Arjun, you said your UX professor hates this. I think it was you said that. Like, I'm sure there's good reasons why, and like, I get I get feedback from friends and family and stuff like that. But yeah, my problem is I haven't even poured into the data here, like demographics. I don't know how I've never even seen like. There's no data. Huh. I don't know why. Like, this is kind of stuff I should definitely. Oh, that wasn't you, Arjun? Remember, someone said it was their professor hated my website. Yeah, see, this is interesting. Collabs. So originals is something that's probably going to change. See, I'd be curious if I just switched the order, if they would click on originals more. We'll just click on the first one, or if there's a problem with the name. I mean, what's... It's pretty high. It's going down. Hey, trending. I'm not terribly worried about bounce rate though, but yeah, I think something like Hotjar that like, if it can give me some tangible takeaways of like, yeah, I think the screen recording is really interesting. Only getting 3 per month. Hope I get good ones. That would be really interesting to see what people are doing. Because I mean, I'm so just tied to this thing. Like, I know it inside and out. I don't think other people do. I think people have different design tastes as well. It's hard to reconcile. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I get people who are like, people think all sorts of interesting things about just design in general, but there was like someone who told me like my style reminded him of David Carson, and I personally don't like David Carson at all. I his work. He's probably a great guy. And like I don't even see that at all. Like I guess there's some like organic and like overlap, and I don't really know, but of all things to be compared to, I never thought that was something I'd hear, but I did. And just like, yeah, like my mom shows up on this site and she just sees like, she's like, I can't read that. I'm putting words in her mouth. Sorry, Mom, if you're watching. I don't think she watches. Hope she doesn't. But yeah, like this kind of stuff might be an immediate just like turn off, like, oh God, it's one of these websites. And they don't even get down here to see the work. You know, that's okay. That's kind of why the reel's here. The reel's like the full safety valve of like, you just have 2 clicks. I'd make it 1 click if I knew how, but can you autoplay YouTube video webflow modal? See, is there something?
All right, so here's the designer, and when you scroll down to the lightbox, you'll see here, I just go to the lightbox link, and if I go to the settings, that's where the URL for the YouTube video is. And at the very end, if I just add $autoplay equals 1, that's the code that you need to just automatically play the video. So if I go to preview now and click on the video.
Do you love speaking in public? Do you love speaking in public?
Oh.
Would you absolutely?
Well, apparently you can. Oh, but the problem is, like, that's a modal. That's not. I'm not using a lightbox. I'd be curious if, like, if you set it to display, if it's suddenly gonna. Let's see. Real modal. Load this. What was it? Was it question mark? Let's just go back. Right here.
That's the code that you need to just play. And at the very end, if I just add.
Yeah, question mark autoplay equals 1. I have a feeling this is just going to start as soon as the page loads, but I hope I'm wrong. Or it's not going to do it at all. Might. I just feel like you can't do it. Didn't save it. Now I think it's going to play on. I still don't think it's going to work, but I want to see this through. No. Would have been good. Doesn't work. Hey John, my screensaver doesn't work. I have initial sync in progress. Ivan, that's not good. Yeah, so sometimes there's some issue we can't really figure out why. And I know it sounds like generic kind of bogus advice, but if you uninstall it and reinstall it, it should work. Should. I had a couple people have that problem. I had that problem at one point, and yeah, something was syncing up to the servers. Like, it just, I don't know, for some reason it doesn't go through. So sorry about that. I know that's kind of a bummer. There's syncing issues across the board. We're still trying to figure out. Like, there's on the TV app. So I've been going through and systematically, like, updating some of the images, and like, there are old edits I didn't capture, one where the grain kind of isn't right. Like, this is actually a DaVinci Resolve edit, but that's a different story. Where does it start? Oh yeah, so these are all old ones with like this syntax. So sometimes it shows up as black images because it doesn't realize, like it doesn't update from the JSON, I guess, or something. I don't really know. Goes over my pay grade really quickly. My brother did all the development on it. Yeah, there's like some initial sync problem that if you just quit it and reinstall it. I don't know if you have time to do it now, but I'd be really curious to hear if that works, because that's a couple other people reached out and I gave them that advice and they never wrote back, so I assumed it works. It worked for me, so if you have a chance, it'd be great. Oh, I did add I haven't seen any increased conversions from this, but I added this thing so you don't go straight into the playlist anymore. There's actually a moment where you have a little modal. That took longer than it should have. What was I gonna do? Oh, the video for the singer. I could have sworn I cut a video for this already, though. Click, please. Click, please. This is new. Click, please. Please. Exports. Oh, so this is... I don't have the video anywhere, which is a problem. I almost wonder if this is the lead-in. But the thinking behind this first section is like, here's the media around it, and then here's like what I did with it. And that's not as much what comes through if I lead off with the interface. Because the assets on this are so much better. The video is pretty cool, but it really has nothing to do with it. It'd almost be like showing the video in the framework. I think I want that. And instead of this carousel, I'm almost thinking putting that video there instead. That's going to get people's attention way more than... and a bunch of fucking JPEGs, which there's a whole page of them. But then load time, I don't even know what my entire page load is. But I don't even think I'll find out by doing this. If a lot of it's cached, it's not gonna matter. Can you click? For the love of God. Oh. Must be a new tablet driver. No, there's no way it's 12 megs. It's gotta be more than that. There's a lot discached. What is this cached? Yeah, those are pretty small. Interesting. It's really not that bad. A lot of lazy loading going on the homepage, thankfully. Yeah, that animating would be sweet. It's a lot of videos, though. People like video content. It's also being shown here, though, in the promo cut. Okay, I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna get rid of the gallery. Music. What time is it? Holy shit, it's almost 2 o'clock. I've been going for almost 5 hours. Might be the longest session. Sorry, I'm just getting caught up. A lot of just random stuff going on today. Crazy stuff. Yeah, life lesson from today. Like, if someone asks about for collaborators, like, just shoot your shot. Don't overthink it. Just fucking go. Like, it doesn't always work. Like, I think DIA, I've reached out to them multiple times about working together, and I've been ghosted every single time. I don't think they like my work, and that's fine. But reached out to another guy who's like a photographer, creative director, looking for someone to do like interactive work. Didn't think I'd be interacting with him very much, and just got an email midstream saying wants to work together. Like, I don't know. It's crazy. Let's do it, Arjun. Get it, man. See, you know, I mean, you never know. You can aim higher than me, man. I'm a scrub at the end of the day. Wait, what? Oh. I'm gonna call this work. But I do want to do like random collaborations at some point. This is like a client project, but I do want to like, there's a lot going on right now. That this stream is very much running from all of it right now. I've got potential full-time conversations going on, and yeah. It's like a decision is kind of contingent on me figuring out or knowing what I want to do with my time. I don't really know, and I owe them answers. So it's kind of scary at the moment. But we're here, and I don't have to think about it. This is my repo. This is my catch-all, like, you can see like the reverse scroll ideas still in here. What else is buried in here? Why is the footer here? Like, what are you doing here? What? Yeah, this is where I just bury stuff, like, you know, just in case. Because I'm about to delete all the carousel stuff. You've got so much work you need to put out? Perpetually procrastinating. You sound like me. Oh, man. It's so much more fun to procrastinate, isn't it? Always better. So what? What's going on here? So this is the collab hero. So this is where I'd love to just turn it off. But I can't. Or no, I can do conditional visibility on this because I know what's in that collection. So if I do video 1 is set. Boom. Gone. Step my toe because I'm smart. Let's see. So we need this to be 100% width. Like 60 view height was what it said. This is my placeholder now. And so I just need a, maybe? Background video. I guess I could just upload it here. $140. Holy shit, that's too big. Let's put this. I'm sure this. I need to figure out like the best way to optimize video. Export as 720p should be plenty. Go back. Oh. Put this on the desktop for now. This is how messes get started. Desktop. 4 megs, that's still a lot, but you know. It's video. Come on. There's gonna be a video on top of that. I think I'm gonna change this to coming soon. So this would be. My little shortcuts don't work everywhere. So I have bullet point is how I get my multiply character. This is gonna work. No. So it doesn't look like much, but background video. So if I get the meta of this. And so that's probably not showing up until I put this to relative. And it's still not showing up. Oh, I can't read it. I need to get the stream manager up. That's it. Doing it. Thank you to whoever followed. Much appreciated. Or subscribed. I couldn't read it. It's on my little iPad. On a little corner of my iPad. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, thank you again, everyone hanging out, indulging me in my stupidity. It's a raid? Oh shit, another raid? Let's go. Thank you to whoever raided. Yeah, RG, you might have better time knowing. Let me... My desktop. Oh. It's a raid. Mr. Glocks, yo! Hey, I've been meaning to reach out. I've been buried in trying to get... So I got the site more or less done, the other one that we're talking about with the conditions. I'm still like going through image issues and QA and stuff like that, but definitely haven't forgotten about you, man. I've definitely want to reach out and talk to you about getting that done. Partially because I don't know when we'd want to do that. I don't have the bandwidth to do too much more than kind of get this across the finish line, but yeah, getting the conditions in could be really fun. I'm all for it. So I'm like dropping the ball on a lot of communications right now. I just got a text about one that I really have to get back to, which means I might need to jump off in a little bit. I just want to get this updated so I can publish this. Okay, so that works here. Oh, I know why this doesn't work. Right, 100%. There we go. My little bottom meta. And the trick is this is on M units. It's pretty good. Yeah, how you been, Mr. Glocks? Been a minute. I did get an email showing that you were streaming when I jumped on earlier. Oh, is this gonna play it? No, it's not. Okay. Fine then. Can't make your code work? You're in good company then. I can't make anything work. Trying to get this video uploaded. Or like changing out the Evanetta content. If it wants to publish. Ever. It's kind of complex problems. I think yours are. Mine are pretty easy. Like, it's complex, but not in Webflow. It should be pretty easy. They make it pretty easy for me. It moves. What if you could change back or like video speed? Yeah. See, I need like a pointer masking. Oh. How did it get through there? Oh, I guess when I publish this, it's going to actually be live. Well, what are you gonna do? What? I don't... Oh, sorry. I'm like mentally thinking things out. Your UI is so clean. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's getting there. Just don't look under the hood, and it's where you find all the gross stuff going on. Yeah, so this needs to be... This is the cut video. I imported it, but I never cut it apart. I could have sworn I did it. Vanetta cut. Pipe. No. Stuff. No. Okay. Oh well. Did you duplicate this? Yeah, I don't... Oh man, I don't remember. No, that's not it. Help. Oh. Can I duplicate clip? Oh, it's probably here. So let's, I think that's link. There we go. Tell me any sound. Duplicate current timeline. No, I just want the clip duplicated. Can't. Oh yeah, there we go. Right. Be interesting to do with a tablet pen, but make it work. I can keep this really short. And even like using their intro isn't all that bad. I just don't need all the all this other stuff. See, this is where my Stream Deck should come in handy. Retime, insert, change duration, split clip. No, not one password. Fuck. From split. Edit. We're gonna figure it out. Okay, so there's one clip. I don't need any of this. Maybe the steering wheel. No, that's the better shot. Nope. Ah, the shortcut conflicts with one password. Fuck. Where is it? Oh, trim. God, I'm such a goldfish. I just was looking at this. Not even close. Timeline. I have to figure out this conflict with one password. That's kind of annoying. I just want it like drifting sideways. Like this is all, can cut through this. Yeah. Do you have any tips to get into surfing? Gotta be persistent. Like you're not gonna feel like there's much progress for a while, but it just takes like building up a level of comfort, I would say. I think that's really important. Where is it? It's like one of these shots. I think it's like a drift on the water. Oh, it's a pretty good one too. Oh, not there. But yeah, it's just like building up comfort level, and you start understanding when you should be in certain places. Balance starts clicking. Could have sworn there's another clip. It's just like drifting sideways through this. That shot. Maybe it's just this. But yeah, you start like learning the balance, the timing. And it becomes a lot more enjoyable. I can say that. Work on balance. Like there's exercises and stuff you can do. Work on balance if that's something you're struggling with. But yeah, just patience and persistence. That's a big thing. Turn that off. That. I feel like it needs something else. It's like the gear shift or something. No, that one shot of the wheel. Oh, right here. I think this might be better. Fuck, this drone shot is so good. I'm tired of going to this menu with this tablet pen. It kind of resolves there. You're not getting much else after that. Let me see. This is pretty dope too. This is gonna be this is a lot of video. It's gonna be like a jump cut. See how 3. Fuck, that's almost 10 seconds. That could be shorter. Here. This could be shorter. I wonder if I retime this. My audio. Fuck, what was I gonna do? Enable time remapping. Change speed. Oh, retime. You know, I'm just gonna cut it shorter. I don't want to get into retiming. Right there. What? Where does he walk in? Right there. Split again. I think just really cut this short. How long are we looking now? 3 seconds. 7 seconds? That's okay. I could probably trim this shorter too. Yeah, probably like right here. You can cut it here. I think this could even cut shorter. I like the shot that it holds on, but it's just kind of like... Yeah. I just wonder if this is the most interesting intro. It's like the one that pulls in on the singer. Oh no. It's tablet pen. This is the problem. Really belabor this. Hope I didn't just overwrite. Oh, it's so close. I feel like it's right there. Almost there. So I'm just gonna get this thing up on the site, and then I'm probably gonna have to call it. I've got life things I need to unfortunately get to. There we go. I guess that's the first frame. So right there, if we split it. If you haven't messed around with DaVinci Resolve, I recommend it rather a lot. It is free. There's a paid version, but it is free. This is, one of these is long. I feel like I can trim the beginning. Yeah, if you ever want to get into like video color grading or editing, to me, I think it's better than I don't know, most things out there. Like there's After Effects, but I wouldn't color grade in it personally. I feel like it's just a little long still. I feel like I gotta trim it from the beginning because I like the end shot so much. Yeah, it's better. Fairlight. Let's set this as my in. It's my out. Let's fucking do this. H.264, browse, desktop, finger, promo, finger site promo. I think it should be the right amounts. Yep. Go. So Export as 720p. And I'm gonna do more homework on optimizing for web. I feel like there's much more I can do. This background video, replace video. Date modified. It's 4.7. So I mean, videos alone for this section, it's like it's almost 8 megs. It's not a ton, but it's not a little. I need to at least go to the beach more often, but it's probably going to be cold the next few months. So I might start next year. They make wetsuits, but I hear you. It's starting to get cold here, and I was going to go this morning. It looks pretty fun, but I just kind of opted against it. Decided to stream instead. 5.5 hours streaming. Wild. I think actually I'm going to have something to show for all this time. I think I can... might be later. Oh no. I was doing all the edits in DaVinci Resolve and I wasn't desktop sharing. Fuck. This is like a perfect example that, like, you know what, it might be time to go. I just spent 15 minutes on a screen you couldn't see. So if I desktop. So I was in DaVinci Resolve doing all of this. I just did a quick edit. So this is the edit. It's taken from their several minute long promo. I just want to have it like, so if I go to the live site, this tablet just does not want to dive into applications. So right now there's Evanetta here, the Ash collaboration. So I'm just going to update it. Even though there's a lot more work coming to it soon, I think part of the problem is, like, I'm talking to a lot of people about like interactive work, and I'm leading with the poster project, which I think the assets are the most beautiful and the design's what I like about it, but people don't look at me through the lenses like interactive because of it. This might help at least set the tone a little bit with this, and then Ari's site, and then I got to figure out where Ash's goes. Ash will probably go where Apple is. Apple will probably go where Basic is. Actually, let me do that right now. Just didn't think that through. Then I gotta go. Is it fine with the wetsuit? Yeah, I mean, it depends where you live. Yeah, I mean, I think, oh, Ash's is over here. I think I should swap these. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like your hands and feet get a little cold, but like your body temperature should stay pretty good. Just got to make sure you buy the right one for the right conditions. Like, depending what your water temperature is, there's different, like 5 mil down to like 2 mil. That's like the millimeter thickness. Makes a very big difference. Whether you get a hood, your feet get cold, you can get booties. Like, you can really go all out. And so this is also the benefit of building everything on a CMS or on the collections, is I just have to change one thing and it updates everything except for the background video. I forgot about that. This is supposed to be Ash, or this is Alt C. Isn't that what it is? Right as I'm talking about all the benefits, here you go. Client name equals Ash. Let's see. Why is... I didn't see a difference in that, but okay, it works. I'm tempted to put the video in here again, but I don't think I should. So we can put an image in here. Or no, if I put a, oh, can't. Got to put a background. Put a div. Background image from featured image 1. 100%. This out of the background video. Oh, that's right, because background images don't. There's no height to them. So I have to create a new this is all because of the Webflow bug. Where if you put images in a grid, it doesn't work. So the trick is to put them in the background. Check this page on your website page originals. Okay. Is there something about it that is something looking weird? Go. Just gotta make sure I update these links properly. So this needs to go. Apple. This needs to be the same for this. This is where like things fall through the crack. There's so many things to update. Check out the screenshot. I can't. Where would I find the screenshot? Oh, is this the one that you sent me a little while back? With the numbers? I was trying to find that. I think you did send me that. I was trying to find that yesterday and I couldn't find it. T321. Hey, what? Wait, yeah, this doesn't go there. It goes to... Only with its own page. That didn't change. Apple's there, Alt C's here. Bet you this is an album, is it? It's basic. All right, test this out. There's so much stuff it's gotta publish. What if it's slower with the stream? It's just gotta take its sweet time. Oh, can I go to different pages while it's... Oh, there it goes. We have the other one for reference. This one should... This is a pretty... I mean, it's not that substantial. But compared to what was here this morning, like new drop down, new featured content, type updates. Kind of a lot of video, but I'm probably going to look at updating video speed. If I can make this a little faster. I should probably retime it because then it's a smaller video versus trying to do it that way. Yeah, that's something I'm going to do. I just don't think I'm going to do it right now. Why is this so narrow? There. I mean, so this is again where I get into trouble of like assuming too much. I should probably bake in a little extra space. But I think it's feeling pretty good. Collabs. Let's add 14. Like more like a 16:9 is probably the more accurate best. Let's do 15. Nice round number. Oh, that's why. That's why you check these things. I don't know if that's the best image. That's the one I did the least with. Closer. Torn. Adam, did you have any luck with that screenshot? Be curious. This one teases it, but it doesn't show enough. Some of these posters, I gotta update. It's one of the better ones. Like that or this. This feels lopsided. The other one at least feels. I'm gonna leave this. Feels different. Might change it in time. Or go to a different crop. Oh, maybe if I do this one and if I change the position, because it's all Alt C. There we go. Doesn't say anything about or show the assets, but it's close to this. It's not, but it is. Fuck. What else I could put here? I need to be a different project. Cover states are no good. I think that's the only thing I had to be careful of. I think that's it. I mean, this, I'm gonna have to go back in the font and edit the bullets again, but I think that's gonna have to be tonight. I mean, I'm almost going on 6 hours now. I haven't even eaten today. It's 2:30. Whoops. I don't know, like having fun with this. Like this is like getting, getting some of these things to kind of work. Can't even read what it says, but it's all right. We'll get there. It's just not gonna load it. Okay. I think I know why that's happening. Uh-oh. See, this is close. Little bugs gotta fix. I'm gonna check the originals page. See if I can see what you're referencing. This is all pretty straightforward. I'm wondering what it could be. Yeah, I mean, if you happen to find it, let me know. There are some oddities here. This all works. Okay. I gotta fix that, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it right here. Well, let me just at least publish. Is this gonna put the? Is this gonna put the new wallpaper pack out? I think it might. It's not. Ooh, that's no good. That's no good. Stuff to fix. Oh, that's because this is studio. I do. Oh, all right. I guess it's gonna be out. See, this is how like you start with one little thing you want to do, and then it's just like, oh, I just want to do that real fast, and then it comes into like a huge bug squashing thing where it's like, oh shit, actually, I just want to do this. This XL viewport for this button is no good. This should just be a fixed height. Probably should be fixed height to start with, but kind of too long, but it's better than it was. I mean, yeah, this should all work now. The other thing, like, so I don't have it on my homepage right now. There's gonna be a lot of updates. This is good. I mean, hopefully for 6 hours I have something to show for it. I think this is better, at least like a lot of the streams I don't have. I feel like I get things started, but I don't see them through. I get frustrated and I don't want to just like bore everyone to tears, but yeah, all these things are done, and I think this is the last thing that I think will just help push it. So, where is it? I think it's deltas. New delta. So this is an image. At a launch, it's kind of a release, but if I put featured, it's going to show up on the home page now. After a collection of images from a week spent roaming around IC. Textures. No, I don't want to get into descriptions. That's going to be too much. I don't know if I have to have this. This is going to go to wallpapers. I don't know what the CTA would be. No, it would be CTA text 1. Learn more. It's always the easy out. There's no video ID. There's no images. So this is today 10. It's 101921. Create. Oh, come on. This is all supposed to be based on conditional visibility. Why is it not working? Oh, I never added an image, that's why. Delta, modified, wallpaper pack. Not side images. What was it? Wallpapers. That's my favorite. And I have options that work for like that layouts that work better for not having text. But this one kind of relies on an image. So there's tons of conditional visibility going on with this whole notification. There's all these different layouts. And so if it's, I can explain another time. I'm really late to handling a couple things, so I probably should go pretty soon. But I do want to have this at least taken care of. 0.8, letter spacing looks a little wide. These again are like little font updates are changing how things look. 8, yeah, it looks fine. I think the width of this 90. Just to auto. Helps with this line break, and I don't really like it going all the way to the end. So, what could I call this? Called it launches. G-short live meta. So this needs to be in M units. 0.1 M units. Better. Notif date, height. Should be in M units. M units. Well, this is pulling the text from the title of that, isn't it? Name. If I change delta categories, releases, that makes more sense. I don't use this pronunciation anymore. It's kind of an old thing. Really says. Sure. Releases. There we go. Good work on mobile. Oh, the image is gone on mobile. That's right. Ooh, this line height. What's going on? It's pretty tight. It's tight. It's too tight. There we go. Why is this not to the left? Oh, this auto. I don't know why margins are being set from here. Advisable. It's always good to check. What the heck is going on? That is it. That is all I got in me today. If there's any more problems, I apologize. Yeah, forgive me. My voice is just going, and yeah, I've got things I've been putting off, but this has been a very productive day for me, and I was streaming, so hopefully this was useful for anyone else out there. Thank you again to everyone who came through. I'll see if I can get in here tomorrow. No promises on that one. I feel like I've promised and still haven't showed up, but this one's like no promises. I don't know what's gonna happen today. There's some broader things I have to think about, but I'm gonna go ahead and push publish on this bad boy. And that thing's done. Oh, I'm gonna eat some food. Take a nap. Probably get back to work. Edward, yeah, thanks for coming through. Thank you to everyone. I mean, it's rad to see people hanging out, chatting, questions. Here for whatever, all my nonsense. I hope it's helpful. Hopefully, you know, again, like I do have these times where I have things I really want to do and get done, but you know, it's not always the case. And I always like, there's always that kind of, in my mind, I have the mentality of like, I shouldn't come on here if I really need to grind something out really efficiently. Like I just won't get it done. But with this, like it's stuff I want to get done, but it's talk photos, talk videos when I'm doing whatever. So, all right, thank you again. And yeah, hopefully tomorrow, maybe the day after, but I'll be seeing you all soon.